We have the largest population.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Some Random Guy Speaks. I am your host, Tony G, and we're about to get started today. We're going to be talking about the mass deportation. Right now, I already talked and reached out to, shout out to Danny C, by the way. Shout out to Danny C. Danny C, she's doing her live. This is going down in Chicago, and I believe they're over at the town hall and things over here in Chicago. This is the mayor right here, Brandon Johnson. This is a sad piece of, excuse of a mayor as well as a man that instead of siding with the American citizens, he sided and dealt with the illegals. And this is where the problem is, ladies and gentlemen. So you have Brandon Johnson and you have a few others that sits on the city council that support illegal immigrants. Remember, illegal immigrants are criminals because they're breaking the law being in America. You have to be legal. You have to either be you have to be a citizen, right? U.S. born, or if you're sworn in, a natural citizen. Either or, you have to come through the right pathway of citizenship. But in this particular case, they've been allowed to come here from the Democratic Party. So the Democrats have been breaking the law. Not only that they have been breaking the law by allowing these illegals in here, but they also are anti-American. And I've always said this: liberal, white, Democratic elites and Democratic liberals, right? Especially white liberals, they all are in cahoots with each other. Black liberals too, they're in cahoots with each other to allow this thing called legal immigration. This is not legal immigration. These are illegals trying to stay here. Now they're having some type of vote. They're trying to get laws passed that they can have this immunity by being illegal in America. They don't take advantage of the Constitution. Once again, you have to be an actual citizen of the United States to be part of the Constitution. So right now you're seeing a live stream here, and this is from Danny C. I reached out to her already. In fact, they are going to be on my channel because I'm gonna set it up where they can actually come on my channel and things like that. But I've let her know that I will be doing a reaction to what is going on in Chicago and things. So what you're seeing is you're seeing illegals here at this hearing, this proceeding, and you also are hearing from a lot of the locals, which is majority black born American citizens. And this is why you hear a lot of them that are upset. I'm talking about the native people, the people that were already here, the ones that are legal citizens, predominantly black in Chicago. So also to let you know, Chicago have actually turned red because of the lack of interest and the lack of investing in on the legals. We're talking about blacks and others that have been in America. They turned their backs on that. They invested in illegal criminal operation. This is what we call treasonous. This is a treasonous act, and this is also an invasion in our country. And the people, the perpetrators that are responsible for it, they are going to see their day in court one day where they will be indicted because this is a treasonous act from Brandon Johnson on up. There's nothing good that can come from illegal immigration. This is illegal criminals. I don't even call it immigration. I call this illegal criminals. This is a criminal act, ladies and gentlemen. And may I remind you that the ones that are working over here, they are not doing jobs that Americans don't want to do. They are doing jobs for less than half of the money that the Americans are not being paid. That's why they're over here as well, too. The jobs that they do are subpar, if not shoddy work, shoddy construction that they do. There's nothing great about what they do when you don't really can speak the English very well. They haven't assimilated into the country. They don't know our legal system. They don't pay into the taxes. They can't even name 5 of the old presidents, let alone all of them. So once again, we say nay on the illegal immigration. And another thing that upsets me is, where are these FBAs at? Where are these foundational blacks, right? Where are they? Because if they always talk about foundational, shouldn't they be on the forefront? Why am I not seeing enough FBAs in Chicago? You don't mean to tell me that there's no FBAs in Chicago? In Chicago? I can't believe that. So you guys should be taking up the mantle and fighting for this as well too. You fight for everything else. You fight for hip hop. Fight against Fat Joe. You should be fighting against these illegals that are in this country, because this affects you as well. This affects all Americans, not just foundational black Americans and all the rest of this. This affects everyone. Everybody is affected by this, right? This scourge that have came into our country, that have utilized our tax dollars, right? They have been buying up and spending up, right? They have been allowed, right, by the low down leftist lunatic Democratic Party, that have allowed these illegals taking our taxpayer dollars, our hard-earned money, and set aside incentive programs and debit cards and so forth, up to $2,500 a month. They can go out here and go and shop and buy clothes. They put them up in these expensive hotels, Ritz Carlton, and all the rest of them. It's nothing but a big money grab, once again, ladies and gentlemen. They're on the expense of the American people. This is what's been going on. This is what's happening right now. This is nothing but tyranny at the highest degree, coming from our own so-called democratic government. And may I remind you that we are a republic, not a democracy. And we are going back to the republic. And Donald Trump going to make sure of that. We're also going back to the Constitution. This is unconstitutional that these illegal criminals have been allowed into our country, and we want you out. And this is why ICE have been activated. ICE will be deployed into these cities, starting Chicago first. Ground zero is going down. So I'm here to let you guys know what is going to be coming, what's coming. And you all, everybody know by now it's coming. Make no mistakes about it, right? Make no mistakes about this. So it's going down, ladies and gentlemen, whether they like it or not. It's going to happen. So I just want to show you guys. Again, this is Brandon Johnson. This is taking place in Chicago. This is Chicago, ladies and gentlemen. This is taking place. This is going down in Chicago, Illinois, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly what's going on. This is exactly what is happening. This is what's going on. This is happening right now. This is exactly what's going on. You hearing him speak right now. Yeah. I just want you guys to just pay attention and listen. This is exactly what's going on. Let me turn it up just a little bit. That municipal code section 17-6-0400 that prohibits eating and drinking establishments and plant manufacturing district number 2 from being larger than 8,000 square feet. I move passage of these items by the last most faithful roll call vote of the Finance Committee report
and the associated unsuccessful
It sounds like they in third
hearing no
grade.
objection, so ordered. And one also contains section amendment 02024
That's free. Okay.
Just waiting on more people to come into the room. I figure I just get started early though, because this information is more important to get out here. So therefore, people that are not aware of what's going on, the locals here in Chicago, a lot of their properties have been stolen from them with this wicked democratic system that's over there in Chicago. They have been stealing the properties out from under them. I have confirmed that. I have talked to some of the people that are over there. We got Danny that's at Ground Zero. She's over here doing the live stream right now as we speak. Yep. So I want you guys to see what's going on. Excuse me, in Chicago. This is Brandon Johnson, the mayor. This is the mayor of Chicago. He has turned his back on the locals and a joint side with the illegals. These illegals here, they're trying to get a law passed. They're trying to get this bill passed to allow illegals to stay here in America. They cannot stay here. They cannot stay here. They cannot stay here. They are illegals. They are not welcome here. They have to come through the right pathway of citizenship. Look at this. This is a race to the bottom, ladies and gentlemen. What they're doing are criminal. This is criminal coming from the left. The Democrats are anti-American already. This is criminal. What you see in the courtroom right now, look, when she pan the camera back around, I'm gonna get Danny on this show. She's gonna agree to do an interview with this about this though. This is live, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm showing you is live. This is coming from Danny C. Danny C. DANNI and then C. This is coming from her camera on her cell phone. She has been recording this whole proceeding that they want these illegals to stay here in America. They've been standing up talking all type of nonsense, talking about the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't apply to illegals. Sorry. The Constitution does not apply to illegals. They apply to citizens. Even you're natural born, you're actually born here, American citizen, or naturalized citizen that are legal to be here. That's the only ones that can take advantage of the Constitution. They don't get a chance to take advantage of the Constitution. These are illegals, ladies and gentlemen. And I think you can kind of hear the volume. I'm going to let you guys hear it.
Member of his family to graduate from college with honors from UIC. And when he retired, he was the highest ranking Puerto Rican in Chicago Public Schools, serving as the director of the Department of Research and Evaluation. And as we were reflecting on his life this past Saturday when we were at 75, we were actually looking through some of his belongings. We found a resolution from the Chicago Board of Education where Michael Scott, the father of one of my colleagues, Lee Scott, honored my father when he retired from Chicago Public Schools in 2005 in his role as board education president of Scott. So I wanted to stand to rise to honor my father, Carlos Rosa, who lived an extraordinary life. Thank you for allowing me.
Please like this video too, please. Waiting on more people to come in. Please like the video, please. You are an American citizen. You should be supporting the mass deportation. Please like the video, please. Please like the video, please. Whatever you do, please like the video. Support Danny C. This is live. I'm recording this live from her. She's recording live. She's in Chicago. She's 4 hours away from me, ladies and gentlemen. This is a court proceeding that is going on.
Look at them. This is what he happy for.
The guy in the blue suit, that is Brandon Johnson. Soon he's going to be a one-term mayor. They're trying to make sure of that.
Hopefully myself, along with of it, he's still with me. Will Hall gave me a hall pass to come to my own high school. And Alderman Mosley is still with me and doing that.
The alderman and the mayor both should be indicted. They should be indicted. That's Brandon Johnson right here. This is the sellout mayor that have sold his people out. The resident citizens, the real citizens of Chicago. This guy right here, Brandon Johnson.
Derrick Rose ain't got nothing to do with either one of y'all. You see that? This is horrible. You see that? You see that? Mm-hmm. Look how happy he got to do that about some Derrick Rose.
Farewell, hearing no objections, so ordered. Thank you, Alderman Harris. Now, for due business, the clerk will call the wards beginning with the 50th ward.
Zoning amendments to report to the Committee on Zoning, landmark and business standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs, which are referred to the Committee on pedestrians and traffic safety. Extensive physical barrier requirements for highway alley access.
Once again, this is happening in Chicago. That's the mayor in the blue suit, Brandon Johnson.
At 5724 North Pekin Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, landmarks and business standards. All the person against this proposed ordinance to amend the municipal code, section 4-60-022.
And it's the ordinance they put in. This is
And I promised her that I'm going to stream this out to X, which this is already going out on X as well too. My channel, what's going on right now, that way the president will be able to see it.
Alderperson Martin has proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance and transfer funds in the 47th Ward of HML account for the year 2025, which is referred to as a budget adjustment operation. Alderperson Martin also has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-022. This allows additional alcohol liquor licenses on portion of North Pekin Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Martin and Scott have proposed resolution for amendment of members of the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight for the years 2023 to 2027 by removing Alderperson Scott as a member, which is referred to the Committee on Police and Rules. Alderperson Martin has proposed an order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2415 West Montville Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, landmarks, and building standards. Alderperson Martin also has proposed a resolution to call for hearings on alternative response modeling for parking violations, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Lawson has proposed ordinance for a one-time exception for the Wrigley Field light game ordinance to allow a musical performance on May 22nd, 2025.
All right. Let her know that I'm streaming her live again. This is also going out on X as well as Twitch and as well as YouTube. You can see the outrage here, the outrage coming from the residents here.
15 days prior to appointment. This refers to the attestation in public way. Alderperson Riley also has proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance.
I would have never thought that America would have, I shouldn't say America, I should say this, let's say it properly. I would have never thought that the Democrats would have stooped this low in order to save their voting bloc. But man, let you, the Democratic liberals, elites, y'all have made a grave mistake. You really have messed up because you sided with the wrong people. And now that the mass deportation is up on us, and guess where they're going to go first? They're going straight to Chicago. That's going to be Tom Homan coming to Chicago. They're going to have a tip hotline for any American citizen. If you see an illegal anywhere, if they're working at Walmart, construction, anywhere, they will come out on site and arrest these people. All families, every last one of them, have to be arrested, processed to be deported back to their own country. That's just how that's what has to go down like that. That's what has to happen. We got to get the illegal criminals out of our country. And I'm glad to see that it's going down. We have to save America. Skip what a lot of these liberals are talking about. Because if we leave it up to them, because they were destroying our country. It was a race to the bottom, not the race to the top. And by investing in on this illegal this legal invasion, this is exactly what it is. This is an illegal invasion. I'm gonna try to do my best to step down there in Chicago when the mass deportation occurs, so therefore I can record it, make sure all my batteries and stuff are charged up, get my popcorn and everything as well too, because it's going to go down. I've been networking with people offline to draw more traction here to this channel, and I've been successful of doing it, where I'm gonna have people on a panel conversating and talking about this. And I'm gonna continue talking about this until the threat has been neutralized. This is a criminal threat, ladies and gentlemen. This man right here and many of these other liberal Democrats, black, white, and other, they're responsible. The Pritzker dude, the Pritzker, the governor, all the way up to him in Chicago. This is why we have the problem right now. Lincoln Riley would have been alive right now had they would have not allowed the illegal immigration. The Democratic Party is solely responsible, and they will pay for what they have done. I want you blacks as well as you whites to start standing up and waking up, because this affects you too. You got to stop being scared and start speaking out. Stop being scared and start speaking out. Stop being afraid and start speaking out. Stop being afraid. Woke agenda is not going to hurt you. Stop being afraid. Speak out for what's right, what's true. Employer contractor of any city agency, sister agency, which refers to the ethics of government oversight. These have been called the ethics of the committee on rules, and that is referred to the committee on committees and rules. So the Bureau has proposed orders for the annual appropriation orders, amendment of the annual appropriation orders, to transfer funds from the 29th Board wage allowance, all the expense account for the year 2025, which is the first committee on budget and the open operations. All the person urgent has proposed orders for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-022 and 4-60-023, to disallow additional alcohol liquor and tax licenses on portions of South Oak Avenue. It's referred to the County on License and Consumer Protection. All the person Burnett has proposed orders to issue permits for signage at various locations, which are referred to the zoning, landmarks, and building standards. Alderman Fuentes has proposed orders for amendment of the annual appropriation orders to transfer funds to the 26th Board wage allowance account for the year 2025, which is referred to the committee on the budget and the open operation. Alderperson Mosley has proposed orders for amendment of municipal code Title 5 by adding in chapter 5-45, prohibiting prohibition of leasing licensing to another tenant for operation of grocery, pharmacy, or drugstore. This is referred to the committee on housing and real estate. Alderperson Lee has proposed order for the issuance of permits for signage boards at 320 West 35th Street, which is referred to the committee on zoning, landmarks, and building standards. Alderperson Keel has proposed order for amendment of the annual appropriation orders to transfer funds within the 9th Ward Aldermanic Expense wage allowance account for the year 2020. This guy here is a disgrace. Brandon Johnson is a disgrace for mayor. He's a disgrace as an American citizen. Not only that, he have let his own native residents of Chicago down, he have let the American people down, He has turned his back on the American government. This is why these guys should not be in power. They are lunatics, and we're gonna vote them out. We're gonna make sure they get voted out. We can't have these rogue type of people with these extreme agendas because they hurt American people. It cost the American people damn near $1 trillion messing around here with these illegals. They don't pay into our taxes. They take advantage of the set-aside programs that was really allocated for American citizens. We, as American taxpayers, are paying for illegals to replace the job workers in America, ladies and gentlemen. And there will be no DACA, no birthright citizenship, right? And we're going to talk about it. The DACA, right? Deferred action for childhood arrivals. There will be no DACA, ladies and gentlemen. No DACA at all. We are not going for it no more, right? This is going to be a zero tolerance policy. Under Trump administration, zero tolerance policy sought to persecute all individuals crossing the border illegally, ladies and gentlemen. This is what led to family separation, which received widespread criticism, right? But what's going on is simply this. This is something that has to be done. When we had a border czar under Harris, she was sworn in by the under the Constitution to protect this country. She and Biden have not protected this country. They allow illegals, they allow Chinese spies and so forth in our country. This is what's been going on. We have terrorists, people that are terrorists in our country. This don't even matter. All this is a waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, because Tom Homan and ICE, as well as the National Reserve Military, is going. This will be their first stoppage in Chicago. All this is nothing. This means nothing. This means nothing. You know why it means nothing? All these proceedings, all these hearings, we don't have to check with Congress. All we got to do is implement it, because this is an invasion. The president do not need permission from the Congress. So that you know. All these proceedings that are going on right now don't mean anything. They are coming in there to arrest and to deport. Plain and simple. This is a zero policy, zero tolerant policy. Zero tolerant policy against the illegals. Illegal is a zero tolerant policy. All illegals that are not here legally will be deported on inauguration day. It will go down. It will happen. These proceedings mean nothing. Go run and tell that. It's going down. Let me see here. Let me read what you said here. Hold on for a minute. Let me see here. Welcome to the chat. Global My Agenda 69 says, how can they pass a law where they are illegal? Exactly. Can I call you Global for short? Yes, exactly, Global. These are illegals. We've been seeing this, man, right? Now, I got permission from her. This is coming from Danny C. What I'm showing you guys, this is real time going on right now. Right, Global? Right. Yeah, exactly. We all can see that. That's why I said, this don't mean nothing. When you are illegal, how can you have a court proceeding with old stupid mayor, Brandon Johnson over there and the alderman? This don't mean nothing. This don't mean nothing. American people are going to take back what is right. It's this country, right? Look at, I'm going to tell you this, Global. And I know people in Chicago, right? Chicago is 4 hours away from me. See what I'm saying? So they have a lot of the locals, the blacks that are over there, a lot of them have lost their property due to the tricks that they were doing, and they have lost their property to these illegals. This is criminal. That's why not only that they should be deported, but there's going to be a indictment, I hope, on this particular city government here. The city council and the mayor is corrupt from the flow up, straight up. Global says, I'm not American, so outside of what? Okay, blah, blah, blah. I see in the news, right. I don't have my experience with blah, 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 American immigration or whatever. Right. But let me ask you this, though, Global. What country are you from, though? I'm just curious. Which country are you from?
Y'all getting paid.
Yeah, I understand. What country are you from?
Gonna find a way to funnel money. The funnel taxpayer money.
Because the problem is, if you look at the UK has been overran by illegals. In the United Kingdom, they have so many people from the Middle East. Okay, you're in Lithuania. Okay. We had our own immigration crisis a couple of years ago. Did y'all clean it up, though, Global? Did y'all clean it up?
Y'all, they just want to reduce the speed so they can get more money, get more tickets out. Y'all, come on. And then for putting these people over this, it's going to just pay down using our tax dollars.
Yeah, because over here in America, Global, we are we're fighting to keep America right now. Yeah, we built fences.
Look at these.
Yeah, we got a big old wall, man. We got a wall that's 16 feet high up in the air to make it unscalable, right? But the problem is that we had a wall, we had border patrol, but our own government, the Democratic Party, our own government allowed these illegals to come over here. They were brought in. They just didn't sneak over here. They were brought in. They told Border Patrol to stand down. They told ICE, don't pursue them. They were welcomed into America. We even have an app that I downloaded. As soon as I pull that app up. But we even got an app, right, that they were allowed to download onto their phone where they can file for being a citizen of the United States. All this is totally unconstitutional. We have a constitution in the United States of America that simply state this. We got a constitution in the United States of America that state this. You have to be a citizen. The United States Constitution applies to its citizens, right? It's citizens of the United States of America. This is for us, not for them. They weren't even sworn in. They've been allowed to come over here illegal. This is an illegal operation. Everything they're doing right now is illegal. It's illegal. As soon as I find that app. Global says Russia and let's see here. The Boris were inviting immigrants and shipping them to the border to destabilize Europe. Yeah, this is what they did the same thing in America. But we got a president that cared enough about America, and we as the citizens backed the president, which is Trump. Then we put pressure on Mexico, and we put pressure on Canada, because Canada and in Mexico, they use those countries as a base to come into America illegally. That's why we put pressure on them to clean up their immigration policies. We have an immigration crisis. America's there's so many illegals. At least over 15 million have entered illegally into America. We're gonna round them up. We know where they are. We're gonna either go to the job site, but they are gonna be rounded up. It's gonna be a mass deportation, and it has to happen. It will happen, just like that. So this court proceeding in Chicago really means nothing. There is a zero tolerant policy that's going to be taking effect.
Nope.
Seattle, Minneapolis, Boston, San Francisco, New York, Los Angeles, Oak Park, Evanston have already done over 25 miles speed limit.
25, Matt. They're not Chicago.
Restore current
It's smaller.
students' commitment. With that said, I do ask passage of this resolution by roll call vote.
Very well, thank you. There's been a roll call vote. Holders, please use your e-vote application to record your.
Let's see who voting is for this.
Oh yeah, and then a shout out to Jesse Jackson too. And what's her name? Not Jesse. What I think her name is wait a moment.
No, anything.
Jessica Jackson. Yeah, it's not Jesse, but Jessica Jackson. And I've been watching Jessica Jackson. She I believe she's actually met Tom Homan. Jessica Jackson is a resident out of Chicago. She's been on this story from day one. I'm gonna get her and a few of her friends on this show because she's been doing this.
Stop giving the illegals free everything.
Look at all of them. Look at this. She's showing you guys, man. She's showing the breakdown.
Saying no. Brian Hawk.
Yay and nay. They're voting for. Look at this. They're illegal and they're voting.
Crazy.
This is crazy.
Here you go.
Yeah, this is crazy. They all voting.
This is what they voting for.
How in the hell can you vote when you are illegal? This is the thing. One good thing about it is this has all been documented. We got less than 6 or 5 days left before this goes down. Mass deportation has to happen. This is the lunacy of the low-down liberal elite left. All these L's mean for sucker and loser. Their mascot, which is a jackass mule that they support. The donkey or a mule. The donkey is a jackass. Jackass politics. Jackass politics. Jackass politics.
Leave early for work. You're going to be getting tickets. Talking about the speed limit.
Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you. As was previously noticed with the city clerk, Rule 41 as well. In accordance with Rule 41, and in order to limit collateral captures by ICE in our community, there's a search for their priority targets. I move to discharge from committee 2023-
Thank you very much, Alderman Lopez. We are currently under unfinished business. We have miscellaneous business that is coming up next, which we'll make sure that we recognize. Oh, okay. Very well. Alderman Mitchell, one more time. Is there anything else? Are you aware of anything else?
I'm not aware.
Okay. All right. If you're not aware of any other unfinished business, all right. Very well. Thank you very much. Now then, if you are not aware of any other unfinished business, we can now go to miscellaneous business. Chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I am aware of one item of miscellaneous business. It was filed by automatic rule of no fails and charges. That deferred to the.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Damn, this is about the illegal
On
ICE.
behalf of the dynamic group, yes. And in accordance with Rule 41, in order to limit collateral capture by ICE in our communities as we search for their priority targets, I move to discharge from committee O2023-0004222 an amendment to the welcoming city ordinance. By a roll call vote, and I will call the question.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes. Very well, so there is a motion, on the floor. 2 seconds. There was a motion to discharge an item. There was a subsequent motion to lay that item on the table.
That
By
you
a
don't
roll.
respond.
So the motion to lay this item on the table,
You don't want to
you're asking by a roll call vote? Very well, so there's a motion to lay the motion that was previously offered up by Alderman Lopez.
No, real talk.
There's a motion to lay that item on the table. So if you vote no, you wish to proceed with the initial motion to discharge. If you vote yes to lay this item on the table, you wish not to, vote on the discharging of the item. So a no vote means you wish to return back to the initial motion to discharge this item. If you vote yes, you wish not to take up this item through the motion to discharge.
That happened.
Madam Clerk, yes, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
Let's see. And this is the vote for the ICE to be able to come and get criminals.
It doesn't even matter. Let's say that if they all agree for ICE not to come into their city, it's going to happen anyway, because this is a national threat. The president has the power, and he stands with the Constitution, and he has the support of the people in the United States. So that's why I said before, these court proceedings doesn't matter a hill of beans, because they are not citizens, and they're trying to allow them to be citizens. They're here illegally. These are criminals, and what they're doing are criminal. It doesn't even matter. That whole line, that whole roster could be green. Still don't matter. It don't matter. If all of them say, the majority of them going to say yes to stop ICE. ICE is coming anyway, though.
So look all these.
They're voting to try to stop ICE, ladies and gentlemen, coming into Chicago. It's not going to work. This don't mean anything.
Yeah.
ICE is still on the
I
way.
don't even want to be there voting.
ICE is still coming. Know this. And the mayor, the alderman, and the governor, if they stand in the way, they will be arrested and fined as well. There is a mandate that the president must carry out because of his promise. This was the reason why we voted for Trump. We voted for him because we want him to implement the mass deportation. And ICE is coming. The military is coming. This means nothing, ladies and gentlemen. This doesn't even matter.
Wow.
It don't matter though. ICE is still coming.
They saying this, no, you can't even, they want to keep it. They don't even want them to talk about it, y'all.
No, we're going to talk about
See
it
what your
though.
alderman's did. They want the criminals to stay.
But the criminals are going to be rounded up and arrested. It's nothing
See,
that
they
the
get a motion
government
to
can do.
discharge. They not what happened. We need to find out exactly what that meant for Lopez. They not happy enough. If it was something
That's
that was
Jessica
for
Jackson
them,
talking right
they
now
would
in the
be really
background.
happy. Yeah.
There she is. That's Jessica Jackson in the red hat.
I need to find out what that actually mean, because
Yeah.
we're happier than that if it meant that ICE couldn't come in.
Yeah, we got to see what this means, y'all. Let's see.
Find out from Lopez what did this actually mean.
It don't mean
Yeah, let's find out for
anything.
Lopez what it actually means.
It doesn't mean anything.
Let's
ICE is still coming.
Because they would have been
It's
more
called a
happy.
zero. I read
Yeah.
Trump's policy. It's called a zero tolerance
y'all.
policy.
We're going to see.
No, it ain't gonna. We're gonna see. It's gonna go down, ladies.
Yeah, let's see.
I don't want you guys to understand. ICE is coming either
Yeah,
way it
we'll
go.
see,
It
y'all.
don't matter.
Let's-
It's still ICE is still on its way.
Hey, how you doing?
ICE baby is on their way. It doesn't matter. It does not matter.
Let me see.
It doesn't matter.
Hey, how you doing? Lopez. Hey, Lopez.
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 How are you?
Hello.
He's a 2X.
Oh, he's a 2X.
That's ain't,
Uh-huh.
that's ain't ready to
Yeah.
rock with us.
Oh, I've been rocking with you, baby. He's the original red one.
Yeah,
I
oh,
was
you're
the only
original.
red one down here at one time.
Oh, okay.
Look, do
Lopez.
you want a shirt?
I'll take one.
Yes, you got to need a
We'll
shirt.
bring you to the next
Oh, yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You
I
need a
don't
shirt.
know if I'm a 2X. I lost a little bit of weight.
Yeah, we need more.
Shirt, t-shirt.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, we need more shirts. We need more red shirts up here.
What we got?
Okay,
I got one quick thing.
Oh,
I'm
what
gonna
did
run,
that
guys.
mean? All right, now.
What did
did that
Basically,
mean?
everyone that tabled it said they want to keep it as is.
they want to keep it as is, so we can't even vote on it.
So you can't even vote.
So
Separate.
they don't want to have a discussion about it.
They only want to discuss it.
See, this is unconstitutional, ladies and gentlemen. Listen what happened.
Even keep the criminals.
Yeah, this is all unconstitutional. This is all documented, ladies and gentlemen. This is all unconstitutional.
They voted
Unconstitutional.
Not to even hear it.
Not to even hear it.
The whole thing was about today.
This is not constitutional. This is unconstitutional.
Lay it on the table. That means we don't want to hear it. Okay, so they voted to not hear it.
To not even
They
hear it.
voted not to hear it. You hear what you hear it?
They saying
It's still a
ICE
committee.
can't come in.
ICE can't come in and even get the criminals.
Oh no, they're coming in.
Cooperate. ICE can still come in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, ICE can still come in because federal topples over the local.
And you know we are being.
Yeah, let's get down.
Yeah, it's getting down on the dance floor. We're gonna get down.
Man. Yes, y'all. So look, your aldermen. Okay, look.
If they don't even want to talk.
Your aldermen didn't even want to put it. They only want to talk about it. So your aldermen voted to not even put it on the table to even vote on it. Your aldermen voted not. See, we wanted to even Raymond Lopez and the other aldermen just wanted ICE to be able to come in and get the criminals. They just wanted to be able to cooperate with ICE to come and get the criminals. Your alderman said, no, we don't even want to talk about it. They took your scarf? They said, we don't even want to talk about it. What?
My scarf. It should be a blue.
They took your scarf?
Oh, did I put it in my purse? Wait a minute.
Yeah, look.
Oh, I put it in.
Huh? All right, y'all. I'm gonna get ready to get off here. But that's what happened. Your aldermen voted. No, they don't even want to hear it. So yes, keep the criminals. They don't even want to work with ICE. Keep the criminals. All right, y'all. I'm getting ready to go. I'll be back later. Love y'all. Thanks for rocking with me. Share this. This is your aldermen. Your aldermen. All right, see you. Your aldermen voted. No, they don't even want to hear it. They saying, let the criminals stay in your neighborhood. Let the criminals stay. Your alderman said, let the criminals stay. We don't even want to work with ICE to get the criminals. That's your alderman.
Doesn't matter
Right,
though.
so everyone who said nay wanted a vote on it. And with the ones, all your green, when you saw that green, they said yes. We want the criminals to stay. We don't even want the ICE to come and get the criminals. All right, y'all.
That ain't what they don't want.
So it means that they're not going to stay saying that they still not
All right, y'all.
operating with ICE, but it don't keep ICE from coming. It's just saying that the city council is saying that they're in agreement not to participate with ICE. They don't even want to talk about it. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the end of her live there, ladies and gentlemen. And I told her, I mentioned to Danny that I was gonna do this and stuff. So for you just coming in right now, this is about in Chicago, Mayor Brandon Johnson. They had a vote, and the vote was whether or not if they were gonna allow ICE to come into, you know, the city of Chicago and take the illegals away. And the ICE is coming anyway. This vote don't mean nothing, as I said before. So once again, we're going to see the drama as it unfolds, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to be really, really interesting, though, you know. So is there there's plenty of stuff talking about. Let me see here. Let's do this here. Let me see. ICE, I heard ICE is in Chicago. I'm sorry, in New York. All right, let's go and pull this up. All right, hold on for a minute.
Are you worried that using your home address for business puts your privacy at risk? At iPostal One, we can help. So, you've started your own company, but feel unsafe using your home address for business use. Not only
Hey guys, in this video, we're going to talk about how you can locate a loved one who is picked up by ICE. Guys, this isn't the type of video that I like to do. And as you can see, this isn't my usual setup, but I felt impressed to really get this information out to you. I hope that you won't ever need to use this, but in the event that you will need this information, here it is. I'm LaToya McBean-Pompey, an immigration lawyer in New York, working with clients nationwide at McBean Law. Our contact information is scrolling below.
No,
Reach out to us at McBean
one.
Law so that we can meet with you to find out what
Hold
your
on for a minute.
immigration problem is. And
Hold on for one moment. That is the wrong one. That's not the one I'm looking for. Let me see. ICE in New York. Let me see. There's someone that got arrested very recently. Let me see here. Protesters. Police arrests dozens of anti-protesters. And a lot of this stuff is being motivated by the left. They even got their goons, Antifa and so forth, dressed up as supporters of, you know what I'm saying? It's going to go down, though. So they're going to try to aggravate this type of situation. Let me see. I think this may be it.
Illegal immigrants facing deportation was expected to begin today in at least 9 cities across the country. But so far, immigration sources say the raids have been limited to New York City. Federal and customs enforcement agents were seen knocking on doors in Sunset Park, Brooklyn this weekend. Mayor de Blasio says there have been no arrests. The mayor also says the city will not assist the agents. ICE is targeting roughly 2,000 people, including families, with final deportation orders.
Hold on for a minute. So I can get some more information on this. These are these Democratic idiots and things like this. Let's take a look at it. Let's look at the protesters for a minute.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for.
People have now been arrested in New York, this after they protested against the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. The protesters were demanding that the agency be closed. They blocked the traffic in Manhattan. They held signs which read, "No raids, close the camps, and abolish ICE." A few days ago, the U.S. President Donald Trump vowed to launch mass deportation of migrant families. This move expected to target the recently arrived families in about 10 cities who have been ordered to leave the country by a court judge. The U.S. authorities launched small-scale raids to arrest undocumented families over the weekend. However, no major raid has been reported so far. Now, the ICE agency is responsible for enforcing immigration policy and detaining undocumented people in the United States, and hence demonstrators want it to be shut down. They also want the camps to be shut, and they want the migrant children to be with their parents.
our government's policies. I don't even want to name the president who's involved, but he is responsible for putting children in camps, for not giving them food or medical attention, and for imprisoning children who need to be with their parents. We want those camps closed.
Trump has launched the operation to deter the surge in Central American migrants seeking asylum in the United States. Yesterday, Trump also announced that he was implementing new rules for those seeking asylum. And so Trump's new asylum rules leave thousands of migrant families ineligible for asylum in the United States. The new rule bars migrants from seeking asylum if they've traveled through another country first. This also means that most migrants at the border with Mexico will be denied protection. Asylum applicants who are not Mexican residents make up a very small fraction. A person whose asylum may have been rejected elsewhere would be eligible to apply for protection in the U.S. The rule also includes exceptions for people who can demonstrate their victim.
All right, just give me a minute here. I just got to find what I'm looking for here. All right, let's see here. It's not giving me what I want. Let me see here. All right, ICE and illegal migrants. All right, inside and then okay, immigration enforced operation. Okay, let's take a look at this here. All right.
At Michigan Great Lakes Virtual Academy, we know your child is one of a kind, and their school should be too. That's why we offer two.
The operation begins before dawn. Agents with ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, who asked us to conceal their identities, gearing up at a parking lot in suburban Boston. We're along for the ride.
We don't do large-scale roundups. Every individual that's here today has come to our attention because they've been arrested by a local municipality for a felony or an egregious crime.
So after several hours of waiting, they've just found one of their targets and we're on the move. When we arrive, we see an immigrant from the Dominican Republic who ICE says is here illegally and is a convicted sex offender.
I'm showing this because you guys going to get used to seeing this. This is going
He tells
down.
me he came to the U.S. for a better way of life and denies the charges against him. He's led away in handcuffs. ICE agents have been watching this particular subject for at least a week. On this day, it took about 16 ICE agents to arrest 5 immigrants who ICE says are undocumented, have criminal records, and had been released on bail by local jurisdictions.
Criminal records. These are
instead of being
criminals.
Turned over to ICE, each requiring 40 to 80 hours of surveillance beforehand. Do you have enough resources to do this?
No, we don't. And that's one of the problems that, when jurisdictions.
Hi, how are you? Welcome to the chat.
Which puts our officers at
I didn't
risk.
see you
But
say
these are the
anything
waning
there.
days of the
Hi.
Biden administration. President-elect
We're talking
Trump
about the
won,
illegal
budgets do much
immigrants.
more, including
You're
mass
more welcome
deportations.
to
And after
weigh in on the
Democratic city and state
conversation, whether
officials
you agree or
vowed to block
disagree.
Trump's deportation
Either
plan,
or is
incoming
accepted.
Borders czar Tom Homan is doubling down with this warning.
If they cross our line and knowingly harbor and conceal illegal alien, well, I'm going to seek prosecution.
I am concerned of what a mass deportation would look like.
Attorney Valerie Napier is an immigrant advocate who says calls to her clinic have tripled since Trump was reelected.
What do you say to those people who voted for Donald Trump and wanted a crackdown in the immigration system?
Not everyone is a criminal.
We pressed ICE about its current
Yeah,
mission.
everyone is a
There are
criminal
some
because
who
you
fear
haven't
that
gone through the
ICE
right
will
pathway of
also
citizenship.
arrest,
They don't get
immigrants
the
that
right
may
to
not have
cross the
criminal records.
line,
To
jump
that,
the
you say
line.
what?
To that, what we're focused on is obviously public safety, national security threats. But then there are those two that have exhausted all legal means.
Public
In the
safety,
end,
national
they've been
security threats.
legally removed from the United States, and we'll go ahead and effect those removal orders.
2 U.S. officials tell NBC News that even before any mass deportation plans, ICE is already facing a budget shortfall of $230 million.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
I don't
and top
believe that.
stories on the NBC News.
I don't believe
app
that. This
or
is
follow us on
NBC,
social media.
unfortunately. I don't believe there's a shortfall
What's
in the
your
budget.
credit card debt balance?
I
If
don't
it's
believe that.
$10,000 or more, here are
It's
3
going
easy
down,
solutions
ladies
you
and
can start
gentlemen.
implementing today.
Whether they like it or not, ICE is on its way coming. Zero tolerance policy. This is going to happen. The rest is going to happen. They already know where these illegal documented immigrants are. Mass deportation. It's going. This guy, right? Tom Homan is leading the charge. Leading the charge. It's going down. Whether you want to accept it or not. It's going to happen. Then now let's continue. Let's go ahead and continue.
Week's council meeting.
Some members think the city should be working more with federal agents to uncover criminals, but others call it a political move. Elizabeth Matthews is live at City Hall with more. Elizabeth.
Scott, now this amendment was first discussed back in September of 2023. That's when Chicago was seeing busloads of migrants pour into the city. What this amendment to the Welcoming City Ordinance would do is loosen restrictions for city agencies to work with federal partners when it comes to dealing with undocumented criminals.
Chicago will remain a welcoming city. What we're saying is that those immigrants that commit a crime when you are here, you're not welcome anymore.
Council members Silvana Tabarez and Ray Lopez say this amendment to the Welcoming City Ordinance would make all of Chicago safer. It would allow city agencies to work with ICE agents when it comes to finding non-citizens who are committing crimes. And in turn,
now this amendment was first discussed back in September of 2023. That's when Chicago was seeing busloads of migrants pour into the city. What this amendment to the Welcoming City Ordinance would do is loosen restrictions for city agencies to work with federal partners when it comes to dealing with undocumented criminals.
Chicago will remain a welcoming city. What we're saying is that those immigrants that commit a crime when you are here, you're not welcome anymore.
Council members Silvana Tabarez and Ray Lopez say this amendment to the Welcoming City Ordinance would make all of Chicago safer. It would allow city agencies to work with ICE agents when it comes to finding non-citizens who are committing crimes. And in turn, federal authorities wouldn't have to scour neighborhoods looking for the bad apples. With President Trump's second term about to begin, the threat of mass deportations have been prominent. But Councilmember Tabarez says this proposal doesn't have a connection to the incoming administration, but more to do with the influx of migrants.
All the residents in Chicago, they have sacrificed services and their tax dollars to appease and accommodate migrants and their advocates. And it's time now to say that we're not going to, they shouldn't tolerate.
I think is a more political theater in a time that our city and our constituents need reassurance from elected officials that we're going to do everything we can to make sure that their families are safe.
Alderman Byron Sigcho Lopez says, as for finding the criminals, he says the legal process already has a system in place, whether you're undocumented or not.
I do think that we have a due process, and the city and the state of Chicago have been a city of immigrants for generations. And I think that to use these narrative to go after our city and our constituents,
this guy can barely speak English.
On those members of the city council.
This guy can barely speak English.
Council members Lopez and Tabarez hope to bring this to a vote next Wednesday here at City Hall. Reporting live tonight, Elizabeth Matthews, Fox 32, Chicago.
This guy can barely speak English.
We took our brand.
It's like, why are we listening to these people, right? We're not. They're not in Chicago, as I said before.
Chicago's welcoming
this
city
is
will
we're
be
not
Some
welcoming.
members think the city should
We
be
are not
working
welcoming,
more with federal
ladies and
agents to
gentlemen.
uncover criminals, but others call it a political move.
No, we're not
Elizabeth
welcoming.
Matthews is live at City Hall with more. Elizabeth.
Yeah, we are not welcoming. We are not welcoming these people in Chicago or anywhere else. We want the illegals to leave, and they will be rounded up. It's going to be an immigration crackdown, and I like that term more often. It's an immigration crackdown. Lake and Riley, look at this situation here. They even passed a bill. Let's talk about this. Why not?
I'm Matt Gelka in Washington, where Congress moved quickly on one of the top priorities for President-elect Donald Trump, immigration. The House passed the Lake and Riley Act Tuesday, nearly a year after the Georgia nursing student was killed by an undocumented immigrant. The bill allows Immigration and Customs Enforcement to arrest and possibly deport undocumented immigrants charged with theft. Riley's killer, Jose Ibarra, had previous charges, including shoplifting, but remained in the country. Ibarra was sentenced to life in prison for the murder. It's the first of likely many immigration bills under the
And he should have got the death penalty.
and incoming Donald Trump administration.
I got elected because of the border the first time, and I think I got elected largely because of the border the third time.
Criminal illegal aliens, yet people keep writing undocumented whatever. Criminal illegal aliens at the expense of law-abiding Americans. It's no longer going to be tolerated.
48 Democrats joined Republicans in voting for the legislation. The bill had passed the House in 2024, but was not given a vote in the then Democrat-controlled Senate. New Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune has indicated his chamber will move quickly on immigration bills.
We want to work with them to ensure that we have a safe and secure southern border where people don't have the incentive structure they have today, which is essentially come to this country and we will wave you in.
Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman became the first Democrat to co-sponsor the Laken-Riley Act in that chamber. He joins 50 Republicans and also hails from a state that Trump won in November. A spokesperson for Michigan Democratic Senator Gary Peters confirmed he'd be supporting the bill too. Michigan also went for Trump in 2024. The Senate could take up the bill as early as the end of this week. It'll need 60 votes to pass there, meaning eyes will be on Democrats, especially the ones from states that Trump won. Reporting in Washington, I'm Matt Gelka.
Hey, options traders, I was struggling.
All right, so we talked about that already. So like I said, this stuff is going down. Whether they want to accept it or not, it is what it is. There's been a mandate. The people have given Trump the mandate regards to the deportation, the mass deportation, and things like that. That's what this was about. I covered earlier live Chicago. They had a lot of people voting on the bill to not allow ICE to go into Chicago to arrest, to stay, basically trying to pass a law trying to stop the ICE coming in to take its citizens. These are not citizens. They are illegals. That's why I'd use the term illegal. They are illegal immigrants. These are not legal immigrants. Illegal. They are. These are illegal, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what we're talking about here. So if you support my channel, give me a thumbs up. I appreciate it. I'm going to start reminding myself to remind you guys. Give me the thumbs up. I put my Cash App down below there. Any amount would do as well, because I bring in good content and stuff. I bring stuff that matters, right? And I'm going to have these people on the show talking about their experiences in Chicago when they're dealing with the policies, right? Because this affects our country. This is not just Chicago. This is not just New York. This affects everyone, right? So you're going to have to get on board with the agenda sooner or later. Hopefully it'll be sooner, because like I said, ICE is coming in. There's no stopping it. There's no stopping it, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you disagree, it's not stopping. I don't care how many laws they try to pass and how many mandates they try to stop. You're not going to be able to stop ICE. That's a fact. That's coming in. As I said before, we have given Trump a mandate, right? This is what we voted on the first time. He did an excellent job for us with Trump's first presidency, where they rounded up a lot of illegals. They got down here, stop the police, ICE collaboration. A lot of this is coming from the left. They're trying to aggravate this thing. These ain't nothing but puppets and posers and so forth, rent-a-mob or whatever it's called, to try to exacerbate the situation, but it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So let's take a look at it here. Let's hear what Tom Homan has to say again.
Do you have a car? And do you have a clean driving record? Did you know you could pay as low as $19?
Welcome back. President-elect Trump is preparing a series of executive actions related to immigration, some of which we expect him to implement as soon as he's sworn into office, 1 week from today. Incoming border czar Tom Homan sat down for a one-on-one interview with NBC's Gabe Gutierrez at the U.S. southern border. When it comes to implementing President-elect Trump's ambitious plan for mass deportations, Homan wouldn't put a price tag on the effort, but said the $86 billion number that's been floated would be a, quote, great start.
By when do you need that money in order for this to be effective?
The sooner we get the money, the more effective we're going to be. But because there's limited money right now, doesn't mean we're not going to start day one. We'll deal with it as we, we're going to start day one. The president's going to take steps to secure the border day one. We're going to start the national operation day one.
What are some of those steps on day one?
As far as, look, I'm not going to get ahead of the president on this. He's going to be announcing some things on day one. And going to be things you've seen in the past, and there's going to be some new things.
Are we talking about re-implementing Title 42?
I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to get ahead of the president on that.
Should we expect workplace raids?
Yes. I wouldn't call it raid. They're based on investigation. But why do I say that? Number one reason, where do we find most victims of forced labor? Forced labor operations. The Biden administration said they're concerned about trafficking, to include forced labor trafficking, but they stopped worksite enforcement operations. 3.5 decades, that's where we find a lot of victims of forced trafficking.
How soon should we expect the ramping up of workplace roundups?
We'll have to see.
Are we talking around Inauguration Day, even on Inauguration Day?
I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to forecast what we're doing and where we're doing it, but you can count on worksite enforcement coming back.
Do you plan to prosecute public officials who don't help you?
What I would say is, sanctuary cities don't want to help us. That's fine. I think it's wrong, but that's fine, because I would think any elected official would want to remove public safety threats from the communities. But there's a line they can't cross. Now, I've heard things saying we're going to put roadblocks up, not allow you in the city. Well, that's a clear violation of federal law. If you don't want to help us, then don't help us. We're going to do it anyways. You're not going to lock us out of your city. We're going to do this job.
Will there be collateral arrests?
Yes.
So, for example, if you go after a immigrant who has a criminal record, you find him at home, his wife is there. She does not have a criminal record. Does she get arrested?
Is she illegal in the United States?
If she is. If she's undocumented, does she get arrested too?
Yes. She'll be processed, and we'll let the immigration judge decide what happens to her. They all have a right to see an immigration judge.
Grandma, for example, does she get arrested as well?
She in the country legally?
Yes.
Then she'll be put in front of an immigration judge too. It's not okay to be in this country illegally. It's not okay to violate laws and cross that border. It's going to be based on the specifics of each case and each person we encounter.
Discretion for each ICE agent. That gives a lot of power to each ICE agent.
Yes. Shouldn't they have that power? I mean, you give an officer the ability to take a life if he has to. We should give him the discretion on does this arrest serve the mission, and does this arrest serve the nation?
Should birthright citizenship come to an end?
I'll leave that up to the president to make that decision.
But what's your opinion? Do you think it should?
I'll say this. Birthright citizenship is a major driver of illegal immigration. And that's what the whole controversy is about right now, right? If you come in the country legally, which is a crime, you get ordered, you lose your hearing, the federal judge says you must go home, or you don't show up in court and you get what they call an order in absentia, order removed, and have a U.S. citizen child. People think they should be immune. The law means nothing to you now because you knew you're in the country legally. You chose to have an illegal alien. You chose to have a U.S. citizen child, knowing you're in the country legally, knowing you're ordered deported, and you went and made that decision. That's on you.
What would you say to potentially Trump supporters, Trump voters, farmers, ranchers who employ undocumented immigrants as part of their industry? Should they be worried that their workforce is going to leave?
I would tell you, wait and see what we do with worksite enforcement before you make that judgment. There's a legal way to bring in agricultural workers in this country. If it needs to be expanded, if the Department of Labor can say that we don't have the workforce to do it, then it's up to Congress to make a fix. But right now, we're going to enforce the law as is.
Will mass deportation hurt the economy?
I think mass deportation and results of mass deportation are more important to this country than anything. I don't put a price on Laken Riley's life. I don't put a price on all these young women who've been raped and murdered. I don't put a price on our national security. What price do you put on national security? So I think the national security of this nation. We can't afford another 9/11. We can't keep affording American citizens dying at the hands of illegal aliens.
You have mentioned that there could be a hotline for people to call in to report undocumented immigrants in their communities.
It's one thing we're considering, yeah.
One thing you're considering. What would that look like?
That's what we're working on it now. What makes sense? That's still a fresh idea, working on it. But I want a place where American citizens can call and report. We need to make sure they have an outlet to help report child traffickers, forced labor traffickers. We want to give them an opportunity to be a part of the fix.
Do you plan to separate families?
Families, I've said it before. Families can be, if a family needs to be deported, members of the family need to be deported, then that parent needs to make a decision. Again, having your citizen child shouldn't be an amnesty card. They put themselves in that position. So if there's an illegal alien parent wants to be, it's going to be deported, he has a U.S. citizen child, then he needs to make a decision as a parent. You put yourself in that position, so you can be a parent, the child go with you to your homeland, or the child can stay with a relative or another spouse. But again, I am not putting myself in that position. The president they put themselves in that position. Having a U.S. citizen child does not give you immunity from this nation's laws.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News.
All right, so that is that. You heard from Tom Homan and things. So these policies, ICE, and so forth. So yeah, so it's going to go down, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to go down. It's what they call a zero tolerance policy. So whatever they try to do on the local front, like Chicago, having these like voting for trying to stop ICE, it's not going to work and things. So undocumented immigrants, these illegals that are coming over here, these subway attacks and so forth. So this is the stuff here because of the because of the Democratic failed policies. This is the reason why we got here in the first place. They should have never been allowed neither of these illegals, but these are illegals. This is what makes them criminals, because they are not following the rules. Just because the Democrats allowed them to come over here, it does not give them the right to be here, if that makes sense. So this is what this is about. And this is why the mass deportation has to happen, ladies and gentlemen. This is a mandate. This is what the majority of the Americans voted for, and things. So this is what it is. May I remind you once again that the illegal immigrants do not buy or actually pay into our taxes. They are 100% illegal, right? They take the jobs away from most Americans. They are working half the price of what an American worker should be working. This is what we call the race to the bottom economy, which was created by the Democratic Party. This is the main reason. Trump had nothing to do with this failed economy. This was an economy when Biden got a hold of the economy, when he first got inaugurated and voted in. We saw what he did, stopped the drilling and things, with shut the Keystone pipeline down, allowed, stopped the ban of illegals coming into this country. In fact, he reversed it. These are all the policies by the Biden-Harris policy. This is why we're in this situation right now. We're trying to save America, take back America. We don't want America to end up like UK or end up like Germany, end up like Canada. Look what's going on over there. So these are the situations and problems. This guy here, these undocumented illegal criminals that's been allowed to come over here to America, these people right here. This is what the Democratic Party has produced. This is what's going on. Yep. Let's look at another one. They can protest all they want.
For 25 minutes, ICE agents in Kansas City tried to make the arrest.
I still have rights.
But when Florencio Milan Vasquez refused to get out of his car, agents smashed his window and dragged him out.
That's what they're going to do.
Cried in the back seat, and his partner recorded the incident. Today, she spoke out.
I just want people to know that this is happening in our community.
You're illegal, madam.
Real. And it can happen to
He does not
anybody.
have the
Calling Milan
constitutional right.
Vasquez a fugitive with a prior
A
criminal history
fugitive.
that
Did you hear what he
includes
says? A
misdemeanor
fugitive.
offenses.
That's what would
ICE
happen when
stands
you
by
are a
the
criminal.
arrest while community outrage grows.
This is going to happen to
In
any
Nashville, a
illegal
similar scene
that are
where the
here in
neighbors
America.
formed a human chain preventing the arrest of a migrant outside his home.
And they are going to
After a
be
nationwide
arrested.
immigration sweep that aimed to net 2,000 people. Today, ICE says only 35 have been arrested so far. In a separate operation, nearly 900 immigrants, many with criminal records, were arrested. Tonight, their work remains under scrutiny. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Hey, NBC News fans,
They can make
thanks for
this
checking
easy
out our
on themselves.
YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on.
You illegals can make this illegal. You can make this legal on yourself just by self-deporting now. Self-deport now, because that is what's going to happen. That is what's going to happen. You have no rights. You don't have rights. Only American citizens have rights to America and the Constitution. You do not have rights. You are illegal and you are a criminal. Just as how it is. That's just how it is. You are illegals. You do not belong here. You should have never been brought here. The reason you were brought here because we have some insane people on the left that will be indicted for this treason that they've been responsible for doing. But other than that, you do not have the right. You do not have the right. You cannot take part of the Constitution at all. That's only a privilege for American citizens only, not undocumented illegals that got into the country illegally. And more like that is going to happen. And I'm going to be talking about this almost every day up until when it goes down. So if you don't like the content, sorry, it is what it is. I'm an American and I stand up for America, and we're taking the country back. And we're not going to be over here harvesting illegals. We're not harvesting criminals and so forth. We're tired of fentanyl coming into our country, killing a lot of Americans. We're tired of sex trafficking, child trafficking, human trafficking. We are tired, ladies and gentlemen. And if it has to take this type of action to happen, then so be it. Then so be it. You are illegal. We don't want you here unless you come here legally. We only want your best. We want your brightest and your best. We are tired of your garbage people coming over here. We're tired of your garbage people. The garbage people that come over here that commit more of the crimes. You don't hear this stuff about people that are doctors, lawyers, and so forth. We want the bright people, your smart people come into the country. That's why when they get these illegals out of here, we'll better revamp the immigration laws because they need to be changed. You must have a 4-year degree, right? You have to have some type of skin in the game, right? You have to know how to speak English. You don't get a chance to come into another country not knowing how to speak the language of the country. It shouldn't be English and Spanish. It should just be English on the prompts. Spanish is, we're not a bilingual country. We're not a bilingual country. I'm going to say it again. We are not a bilingual country. This is a country where we speak English first, not Arabic, not Spanish, right? Not Korean, right? Not Chinese first. It's called English. American citizens, America first. Get used to that. America first. Americans first. I don't care about what the illegals want. It ain't about what they want. They're getting out of the country anyway. That's what we want. We want mass deportation. This is what we're looking for. They can get out here and protest all they want, but they shouldn't even be allowed to protest. Protests can only come from legal citizens, people that are legal. That's why I say these left lunatics, they really, we should never allow them to ever be in power again. We would not, we should not. And this should be, and Americans should be learning a lesson from this. Should be learning a lesson behind this. There's nothing great about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Nothing great about this. Now, some of these are a little old, but I want to try to find something more recent. But this is how ICE get down anyway. I just want to show you guys, not much change. Whether if it's older or young, it's not much change. These are ICE police. They train at what they do. This time they're going to be assist with the National Guards, right? This is what's going on, right? Let me see here. 6 months ago. This is the ICE agent. Ride along. Let's do a ride along with the ICE agent.
Establish your business using an address other than your home? Wish you had a professional business address and
The crisis at the border goes beyond the border, right? It impacts all of us, not just people living along it. More than 100,000 encounters a month, with even some fugitives and convicts trickling into our cities, as we're going to talk about in our next segment. Last month, we hosted a border special where our reporters went on ride-alongs with law enforcement in Arizona and Texas. We saw a whole lot of activity on a random hour on a random Thursday. So then our Alex Capriello dug in deeper with ICE's enforcement and removal team, which tracks down violent criminals who are here illegally. He spent 2 days embedded with them, and here's some of what he saw.
There's always a level of adrenaline starts pumping when you get into these situations, especially when you're dealing with an individual who has a violent history, or documented gangbanger, or maybe part of a larger criminal organization.
Looks like everyone's in place.
He's parking in front of the Charger. All right, he's exiting the vehicle. Mirza, he's coming your way.
We're over immigration.
You guys are ICE?
We'll give you an opportunity to call your wife, like I said, sir, okay?
All across the country, in big cities and small towns, convicted criminals live among us. And while that may not come as a surprise, what could shock you is that some of these threats to society have broken federal immigration laws and aren't supposed to be within our borders at all.
So even though you're living perhaps day to day looking over your shoulder, you're still potentially caught off guard in that moment.
Absolutely. Nothing's ever
For
happened.
him, it was just an ordinary Tuesday
Just an
morning.
ordinary Tuesday. Unbeknown to him, we had been watching him for 2 weeks.
That's where ICE's Enforcement and Removal Operations Team comes in, known as ERO. To protect their status as undercover officers, we've blurred some of their faces. This elite squad of federal law enforcement officers are responsible for sniffing out, tracking down, and arresting threats to national security, public safety, and border integrity. They primarily target what they call the most egregious offenders.
The people who we're majority dealing with are convicted criminals. Many of them hardened convicted criminals.
For 2 days, News Nation was given the unique privilege of riding along with this trained team of officers to see the detail they pour into their work, the risks associated with their mission, and the precision it takes to get the job done. Based out of the Midwest, the Chicago ERO field office has more than 300 agents responsible for criminal arrests throughout much of the Midwest.
That the Midwest is probably the #1 destination that they're all claiming to be going to. We have some pretty solid intel that the actual leader of this gang is living in the Chicagoland area.
Wow.
We met with the team of officers before the sun even rose. They had been monitoring their targets for weeks, and each daily assignment takes an extreme level of planning and stealth.
The concern, though, obviously, being that they could catch wind of it. They
Absolutely.
could know that you're on your way.
Yes, absolutely. And then they'll go stay with relatives. They'll start moving in different cars. So it's harder to pin them down.
The ERO agents say they're tracking immigrant men and women with dangerous histories.
These individuals reach a certain threshold of egregious offenders, known to be combative with police officers, known to carry weapons.
That's why each officer suits up with bulletproof vests, guns, and protective weapons.
And if their criminal history is of an elevated nature, we may go through extra precautions.
ICE's Assistant Field Office Director, Ray Hernandez, an 18-year veteran, is part of a team of officers targeting some of the greatest threats to public safety.
So this subject was arrested by a local law enforcement agency here in Chicago, was for armed robbery, was convicted and given a 12-year sentence.
ICE has been trying to track this man down for years Eventually, they were able to find him and learn his daily habits.
That's the subject you're looking for. That's the car, the truck that he drives. So putting all that together, knowing that he typically arrives before 11 a.m., that's what we're looking for.
That is what we're looking for right now.
Right on cue, their target pulled in for work and officers made their move.
He's parking in.
We take you in custody. You need your immigration case along with your criminal history. Okay.
And I want you guys to start getting used to this because you're going to start seeing this more often.
About 2 miles
as
away
time
from where
comes
the
down
original arrest
to ground
happened.
zero
They brought
for
him here
mass
because
deportation.
this is a secure location where they can show him the arrest warrant, his case number, and also put him in more comfortable handcuffs, because now begins the about hour-long ride to the detention facility where they'll continue on with the immigration
They're going
proceedings.
to be arrested
In many
and then
cases,
sent to the
ICE says
deportation
they could have begun the
facility.
deportation process much sooner if their detainers were honored by local and state law enforcement.
A week after his arrest, ICE issued a detainer. Subject went through the process through the correction facility.
Yeah.
The correction facility.
And they don't
didn't
care where they
notify
go,
us of
but
his
they just
release,
can't stay here.
Released him to the
They
public.
can't stay in America.
We then had to put him on our list.
More
of
than
targets
likely, they'll
to
be sent back
try
to
go
their
out and,
countries of
arrest
origin.
after his release.
And then
Also,
let their
new
government
policies
deal
have
with them.
popped up across the nation, deeming more than 150
Got the sanctuary
jurisdictions
cities:
in
Washington,
13
Oregon,
states as sanctuary
California,
cities.
Utah,
Usually the
Colorado, New
metropolitan
Mexico,
areas are the
Chicago,
hotbeds for most
New
of these
York.
places, especially
These
if they're
are the
sanctuary
sanctuary
cities, because there
cities,
is a level of protection
right?
for these.
And they're going to hit the
non-citizens
sanctuary
that are able
cities
to
first.
kind of blend
Mass
in and hide
deportation.
with
Zero
just your
policy
average
tolerance.
immigrant.
Illinois has
Zero
enacted
policy.
2 laws, the Trust Act and
This
the
is the way
Illinois
that it
Way
has to
Forward
be.
Act,
It has to
which
go
prohibits
down this
local
way.
officials from complying with immigration
Men,
detainers.
women, and
They don't give
children.
us access to their
They
systems
have
anymore,
children
so we
here
have
in
to basically
America.
go work off of what we have.
They're still being
We've
deported.
made
The
contacts,
whole
but
family's got to be
contact can't
deported.
always cooperate
There will
with
be
us.
no
They can only give
birthright
us limited
citizenship.
information.
The following morning's
You got to
target,
be an American
Alejandro
citizen for
Requena
that.
Jr., who lives
Someone
in
have
Villa
to
Park,
be an
Illinois.
American in
For
order
2
for
weeks,
birthright
police officers have
citizenship
been
to occur.
conducting surveillance on this
But
specific
foreigners
target,
don't have
monitoring
access
his
to that
work
privilege,
habits and schedule.
nor do they
Now
have
5
access to the
officers surround the
Constitution.
building, waiting to make an arrest. We're almost getting to that point. 4:26, 4:30 estimated departure.
If you get pulled over in your vehicle, they will ask you to step out the car. If you refuse, they have a right to break the windows and snatch you out the car. They will do that.
Tesla Model Y.
They have that right.
If you don't mind me asking, what do
Only
you pay
the
for car
citizens,
insurance?
only
You'll never
American
believe me. I only
citizens
paid
under the
$10 a month.
Constitution.
How?
It's a free comparison
But they don't
site
have
that partners
they don't
with a
have
ton of
access to the
carriers to help you find the
Constitution
best
at all.
deals.
This one?
Yeah, enter
They
your
don't have access to it. You got to be an American citizen.
in the building.
You got to be born in
Just wait
America.
for them to make contact.
Back in 2010, Requena, a native of Belize, was sentenced in the Lake County Circuit Court to 30 years in prison for home invasion causing bodily injury. According to Lake County court records, he
We
served
know
about
that
half of
illegals
them and
have
was
a
released earlier
tendency
this
of
year
breaking the
when
law
ICE says the
in
Illinois
America
Department
as
of
well.
Corrections failed to honor their detainers.
You're going to be seeing
So the
this
wife
more
being in the
often.
car is
Belly
one of those
chains.
added elements of surprise,
right?
something that you did not see in previous surveillance.
They will
but
be
all of a
taken
sudden
to a
added new
detention
element
center
today.
Absolutely.
to be shipped
You
out.
can sit here and you can plan this out
Anybody
every day, and
that
it'll never play out the
refuse to
same way you planned it
cooperate
out.
with
Both men
ICE
were arrested without
and the
incident, and
military,
they fully cooperated with
they
ICE
will
throughout the
be
entire booking
arrested
process.
as well,
Next,
and they
they'll
will
be
be
transported up to
fined.
Wisconsin to a long-term detention facility where they'll see an immigration judge and make their case to be released back to their homes, their families, their jobs. But the reality is, this is only 2 arrests over 2 mornings in the suburbs of Chicago. There are 25 ERO field offices all across the country. Since 2021, the number of ICE arrests continue to climb. In 2023, more than 170,000 were arrested all across the nation. The top cities for arrests: Dallas, Houston, Newark, New Orleans, Miami, Chicago, New York City, Atlanta, Los Angeles, and San Antonio. News Nation has told you all about the record numbers of migrants pouring into our nation's border. But the men and women sworn to ICE's
These are
enforcement and
illegals.
removal operations are vowing to protect American neighborhoods and communities from
Let me
dangers
go ahead and
that
pull
threaten.
this up. Okay. Let's see here.
Here's how AI can help you close your first 4 or 5-figure deal fast. Batch Lead just launched a new feature, Batch Rank AI, that will automatically
A potentially big shift is coming to U.S. immigration policy as Donald Trump is headed back to the White House. CNN has new reporting that allies of the president-elect and some in the private sector are quietly preparing for a large-scale detainment and deportation of migrants in the United States, which is right in line with what was really the singular, most repeated agenda item from Donald Trump on the campaign trail.
Hold on for one moment.
Our border and try to shut down the poisoning of America, we can have a logical, rational discussion about dreamers and others. But until we control that border, until we get control over the crime coming into this country, into the poisoning of America, that discussion cannot happen. I've worked with you and others for really decades to fix a broken immigration system. The way the Biden administration's handled this border problem has created a nightmare for our country. And there's a reason 70% of the people want deportations. It's not because they're mean. They want to bring order to chaos. Thank you.
The vast majority of immigrants and undocumented immigrants who are contributing so much to this country, they deserve better. Thank you.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to paint a picture of the crisis at the border and what the incoming administration has to deal with. Roughly 8 million people came into this country illegally from the outgoing administration's border policies. 8 million. Does anyone find that acceptable? I'm going to give you all a chance to answer that question shortly. The American people elected a new president in large part to secure the border and deport people who came illegally under their predecessor. So to my Democratic colleagues, how many illegal immigrants being deported by the new administration would you find objectionable? Mr. Melnick, I'll ask you, 1 million?
I think 1 million would be a disaster.
2 million?
Again, considering we're talking about law-abiding people who've been here for decades, I think that is enough that would have severe negative ramifications for the United States.
3 million?
Same answer.
5 million?
Same answer, even worse ramifications.
Do you think it would be fair or moral to deport any illegal immigrants?
Yes, I'm not a supporter of open borders, as I said before.
Well, I'm kind of curious what your position was back during the Obama administration when that's exactly what he did. I'm not reading what Trump intends to do. I'm reading exactly what President Barack Obama did when he came into office and deported nearly 5 million people, or in excess of 3 million people. So at that time, were you involved politically or in this space at the time that Obama was here? How old were you back then?
I was a graduate of law school and was working at the time.
Were you opining on deportations at that time?
I was not.
Do you believe that President Obama made a grave, horrible, inhumane mistake by deporting those folks?
Well, it wasn't 5 million
came in under
people.
the Bush administration.
It wasn't 5 million people. When we're looking at
it was over 3
internal ICE
million.
deportations.
So let's not split hairs.
Actual numbers are closer to 1.5 internal ICE deportations. And
But
there
you
as
said
well,
that
it
was
depends on the
immoral.
portfolio.
So you said President Obama was immoral and inappropriate to deport those million people. Is that what I heard you say?
There were many people that
it's
were
a
deported
yes, no
under his
question.
administration
You
that should
can't
not have been. Yes.
Look, I don't normally get into these antagonistic sorts of discussions here, but it needs to be said because you just a month ago said at the turn of the century, Jim Crow was legal, lynchings were at their highest level in the U.S. history, women couldn't vote, the infant mortality rate was 165 per 1,000, and the average life expectancy was 47. And we also had quasi-open borders. That part wasn't bad. So let me tell you what I tell everyone who comes in this room and has the polarizing testimony, sir, that you have had. You're a part of the problem. I'm a part of a group of people here who have said, as the president did incidentally on Sunday, he believes there should be a path for dreamers. We're demonizing President Trump for something he may or may not do, but he has said to his Republican base, he believes that there should be certainty for dreamers. He's also said that we have to have a secure border. And as long as the border is not secure, people like me who try to treat people who are in the state that they are here with respect and understanding some of the issues that Mr. Padilla brought up, you cause people to go into their corners and get nothing done. That is why Chair Durbin has not been able to fulfill the promise on Dreamers every single year he's tried for the last 20, because people like you make it impossible to have let me finish, and then I'll let you speak as long as the chair wants to, have a rational discussion about it. Because if we don't secure the border, I can't get a path to citizenship for the DACA population. If we don't secure the border, I can't get Democrats and Republicans to come together and give certainty to the dreamer population. Are there any dreamers in the room? Raise your hand if you are. All right. Well, this is a part of the problem, ladies and gentlemen. You have an incoming Republican president who just said as late as Sunday that he's prepared to give you certainty. But we have people here demonizing him for asking the reasonable question of, can't we all agree that we need to secure the border? So if you are sincerely, I don't know how you make your money. I don't care what your political motives are. But number one, I would really appreciate it to say, if you would go out on social media and say that the President Obama did a horrible disservice to those people he deported, and he's as wrong-minded as every other Republican who said we've got to secure the border, deport people, because you can't have one being okay and the other one not being okay. And if you don't come to the table and recognize in a world where, 100 years ago, it was probably safe to have a quasi-open border because the world order was changing and we emerged as a world leader. But today, we have terrorists that can fly from the Middle East, land in Mexico, and come across the border in less than 24 hours. We're not living in Ellis Island anymore. We've got a problem that can't be solved, and people like you are creating more obstacles to people like me who are willing to take hits from my own party to satisfy what people like Donald Trump want to get done. Thank you.
Elections have consequences. For the last 4 years, we have seen the most radical experiment in open borders this nation has ever seen. There are many reasons the American people showed up in overwhelming numbers to vote to re-elect Donald Trump, to elect a Republican majority in the Senate, to re-elect a Republican majority in the House, but there was no reason more front and center than the open borders of the last 4 years. And I have to say, I think there were a number of us wondering, did any of the Democrats in Congress learn anything from the election? And the existence of this hearing makes very clear the answer is no. We've seen 12 million people come into this country illegally under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Texas has seen Democrat for over a read this election. When your home is invaded by 1 million people, it changes your voting patterns. Every single day, we have seen Americans murdered. We have seen women raped. We have seen children brutalized by criminal illegal aliens released deliberately by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. The numbers are staggering. According to ICE, as of July 21st, 2024, nearly 650,000 criminal illegal aliens were currently on ICE's non-detention, had been released, wondering of those 16,000, have been convicted of homicide. You want to know what mass deportation? Those 14,000 better pack their bags right now. Because with a new administration, we're going to arrest you and we are going to deport you. 20,061 have been convicted of sexual assault. Now, I want you to ask of my Democrat colleagues, and it is striking that virtually none of them are here. that is reflected in their conduct because they are silent and putting their head in the sand as to the human tragedies. But what resident of what blue state says, you know what, America's better off with 20,000 rapists being released into this country? 105,146 have been convicted of assault. I would ask my Democrat colleagues if they were here, why the hell today does the Biden administration not go and arrest every one of these criminals and deport them? What rational world says America's better off with more criminals? And these are not just statistics. Ms. Moran, thank you for being here. The country grieves the loss of your daughter. Your daughter was beautiful. She was a mom who I know loved her kids. And she's not with us today. She was raped and murdered because this administration chose to release a violent criminal into America. Your daughter should still be alive. And every one of these victims should still be alive. Laken Riley, a name that the Democrats on this committee can't bring themselves to utter, should still be alive. And in my hometown of Houston, Jocelyn Nungry, I've gotten to know Jocelyn's mother, Alexis, very well. Ms. Moran, like you, Alexis is incredibly brave. I cannot imagine the pain. I'm a father. To lose your child, no parent should have to bury their child. Children should bury their parents, not the other way around. It is wrong what happened to you. But I want to say to you, thank you for having the courage to tell Rachel's story. I would understand if you just curled up in a ball and cried. But, and I'm sure you have wept a lot of tears. But thank you for having the courage to tell Rachel's story. And I want to say, if there is anything that is a mandate from this election, it is to end this insanity, stop these murders, stop these rapes, stop these assaults, protect our citizens. And Ms. Moran, I just want to give you the opportunity at the end of my questioning to share from your perspective why this matters, why we should stop releasing criminals into America.
I have to say, I'm kind of amazed that we're holding this hearing. To me, it's remarkable that the idea of actually, as you were just saying, Ms. Moran, the idea of enforcing our laws, protecting our border, securing our streets from criminals, it's amazing that that's controversial at all. And it says something a lot about the other side of the dais that we're having this hearing today. Let me just ask you, Mr. Reifland-Melnick, I mean, is it really such a bad idea to deport people like the criminal who killed this young man? This is Travis Wolf. He was 12 years old when he was killed. He was mowed down, and I do mean mowed down, in a car by an illegal immigrant, 12 years of age, walking along a sidewalk in my state of Missouri, mowed down by an illegal immigrant who I think also had a prior criminal record. Is this such a bad idea to deport the person who killed him?
Any person who commits a heinous crime should suffer the consequences under the law.
Good. What about Officer David Lee? Officer David Lee was killed in Missouri just a few months ago by another illegal immigrant, once again in a car, who used it as a lethal weapon to ram him and kill him. Is it so wrong, such a bad idea to deport the illegal immigrant who killed this good man?
Again, any person who commits an awful act should face the full force of the law. And
We've
I've
had
never said
multiple
otherwise.
stabbings in the state of Missouri at laundromats in O'Fallon, Missouri, where innocent civilians were going to do their laundry of an evening and were attacked with knives, slashed, bled, stomped upon. Should the illegals who did that, should they not be deported?
No, as I said, if you commit an offense, you should face consequences. But the overwhelming majority of the 13
We've
million
had officers
people here
assaulted
today
in
have
Kansas
not
City on the
committed
other side
any
of the
offenses.
state. who have been assaulted by illegal immigrants. One officer required over 100 stitches to the head, a police officer, earlier this year. Should the illegal immigrant who did that not be deported?
Again, they should face the consequences of the law, but they are a very small minority of the population that President Trump is promising to deport.
Well, let's talk
13
about the
million
rest
people.
of the people who you don't want to be deported. You said in an article that you wrote recently, new report shows devastating costs of mass deportation. You wrote this in October. Do you remember this piece?
Yes, that is a summary of our report.
Yeah. So in this piece, and it's also in your written testimony, you talk about how much the economy will lose if the United States actually enforces our immigration laws and deports folks who are here illegally. And I want to quote you now. You say some industries would be particularly hard hit, including construction, agriculture, and hospitality, which combined would lose more than 2.5 million workers. What's the argument here? That there aren't American workers who are available to do those jobs?
No, and as I said previously, there likely are, but the issue is that
and you don't want their wages to rise?
I think that we want to pass a path to citizenship so we can have a level and fair playing field for every American.
Why would you want American citizens and those who are here lawfully to have to compete against illegal immigrants who, by the way, are often paid not minimum wage, who are not given the federally mandated benefits precisely because they're here illegally? Why would you want to drive down the wages of millions of working Americans who can't get those jobs in construction, agriculture, and hospitality because illegal immigrants are getting them, and suppressing wages in the meantime? Why would you want to do that?
Well, if you've been here for my initial testimony, you know I don't want.
Oh, listen, I read your testimony word for word, and I've been watching it, and I know what the answer is. You don't actually care about working people because you're absolutely hell-bent on this ideological agenda of opening our border. You want to give everybody who's here a path to citizenship. You want blanket amnesty. You talk about mass deportations. That's your word, not Trump's. You want mass amnesty, right? It's right here in your testimony.
We want a path to citizenship for people who pass a background check, who pay a fine.
That's amnesty, who you just said there's millions of people, 13 million people. Right, 13 million people you want to dump into the labor force.
They are already
who will drive
in the labor force,
illegally.
Senator.
They're here, taking jobs from American citizens. And so, perfect. So here's your plan. So just if you're wondering, America, here's the Democrats' plan. Take the 13 million plus illegals who are here, taking jobs from Americans, taking wages down, taking health care benefits, and bring them here legally so that they can continue to drive down wages, flood the labor force, and suppress
Senator Hawley, they can't flood the labor force if they're already part of the labor force, which is
they are flooding the labor
today.
Force now. That's what's happening now. Why do you think
majority have been here for over 15 years? Many millions have been
and
here
what
since
has happened
the
to
Reagan
working class wages in that time, Mr. Reichlin-Melnick?
Working class wages are currently going up. Yes.
Oh, really? They've gone up over the last 15 years?
Over the last 15 years, I will have to consult the economists on that matter.
Yeah, they're down, way down. What world do you live in? Listen, here's the deal. The American people just voted. The American people just voted. Well, you know what? It's my time, not yours. So you're here to answer my questions, not to offer a soliloquy. And let me just end with this. The American people just got a good look at your economic program, and they voted against it. We've had an open border for the last 4 years. We have had de facto amnesty, as you yourself just said, for the last 15 plus years. It has been a disaster. People have died because of it. Wages are lower because of it. Our streets are in chaos because of it. And now you and the Democrat Party just say more of the same, more of the same. Let's double down. I would just say to you, I think that's insanity. I think it's total insanity, and the American people do too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Arthur, you are with the Center for Immigration Studies, is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
And that's a nonpartisan think tank, is it?
It is, sir.
Okay. The border is an open bleeding wound, isn't it?
That's a fair way to characterize what's been going on for the last 4 years, sir.
The southern border is chaotic by design, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I've been covering the border for 3 decades, and yeah, it's pretty chaotic.
Would it be fair to say that the broken southern border is man-made?
It would be fair to say that, sir, based on policies that have been implemented.
And that man's name is Joe Biden, isn't it?
That would be a fair assessment, yes, Senator.
Under President Biden, if you wait in line for legal immigration. You're a chump, aren't you?
When you look at the benefits that have been given to people and the speed at which they've been released into the United States, I would be chagrined if I were waiting.
You're a
for years.
chump, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
General,
Yes,
you
sir.
believe in open borders, don't you?
I believe in the rule of law, sir.
Right. And it makes you angry that President Trump does not believe in open borders, doesn't it?
Senator, I'm not here to discuss immigration policy. I'm here to discuss whether or not we use the military to enforce it.
And it makes you angry that most Americans don't believe in open borders, doesn't it?
Not in the slightest, sir. Again, I am not here to discuss the immigration policy.
Yeah. Duty, honor, respect, you talked about that
Yes,
in
Senator.
your opening statement. On October 14th of this year, you went on CNN. I want to read you what you said. Make sure I'm accurate. Here's what you said. President Trump is not like any sane leader. I'm very proud of General Milley for saying that President Trump is a total fascist. To Bob Woodward, if he as chairman of the Joint Chiefs is calling the president a fascist, I'm so proud of him for breaking that barrier. The challenge is because most MAGA Republicans, they don't understand what fascism is. The reality is that they are in fact fascists themselves. Did I read that accurately?
Senator, I am happy to discuss my personal perspectives with you separately at any time. That's not the purpose of the hearing today.
Did I read that accurately?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. You think you're smarter than the American people, don't you?
Absolutely not, Senator. I am here to discuss the use of the military as part of this mass deportation.
You think you're more virtuous than the American people, don't you, General?
Senator, I am insulted by your comment.
Duty, honor, and respect. You talked about that in your opening statement, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Moran said, I wrote down her words. She said, by their actions, you know what someone's character is like. You agree with that?
Senator, for 35 years, I served my country with absolute honor and distinction, and I will continue to do so.
You agree with what Ms. Moran said?
Of course.
Mr., got a few minutes left.
23 seconds.
Well, actually, you let Ms. Klobuchar go well over, so I'm assuming you'll extend me the
I'll
same.
give you the
courtesy.
same minute I gave to her.
You gave it a minute 20. I timed it.
You're using.
I watched you like a hawk, Dick. Mr. Melnick, Mr. Reichland Melnick, you believe in open borders too, don't you?
I do not, Mr. Kennedy.
Okay. On November 1st, 2022, you tweeted, both Texas and Louisiana have their knives out for Black immigrants. Do you remember that tweet?
I don't, but it's quite possible.
What Texans, it's not only possible, it happened. You're not denying it, are you?
No, I'm saying, referring
What
to the
Texans?
context.
Who
I
are you
actually
talking
don't
to?
know the
Who are
context.
you talking to about who in Texas had their knives out for Black immigrants?
Guessing the context, but my suspicion is
Give
that
me
it
a
has to
name.
do the
Give me a
Attorney
name.
General Ken Paxton and
Give
the
me a
Attorney
name.
General of
Give me a
Louisiana.
name.
I just did.
You don't have a name, do you?
I just said Ken Paxton.
You don't have a name, do you? You just said it. didn't
Just said Ken Paxton.
you? All right, how about Louisiana? You said Louisiana has its knives out for Black immigrants. Who in Louisiana were you talking about?
Again, I'm not certain. That was 2 years ago. And as I'm sure you know, much has happened in the last 2 years.
Well, did you say it?
Again, I do not remember the
But
context,
you don't,
Senator
you said
Kennedy.
somebody had their knives out from Louisiana for black immigrants, but you don't know who they were? You just said it?
I said the Attorney General of Louisiana and Texas, and I believe this referred to specifically lawsuits brought and arguments that were made in court that the arrival of Haitians
I'm out
and
of time,
others
but I
were
want to get you
inherently
on the
dangerous,
record.
which was
You
not.
Thank you very much, Senator.
believe
Appreciate
that the
your
Attorney
questions.
General at that time of Louisiana had his eyes, not knives out for black immigrants. That's your testimony.
Given their
Thank you, Senator
litigation
Kennedy.
conduct, yes.
Does anybody disagree with the following statement? America has a right to limit how many people can come into our country.
No.
Nobody disagrees with that. Good. Mr. Toure, very successful life. You have much to be proud of. During the 4 years of the Trump administration, were you ever, anybody suggest you should be deported?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. No.
Okay. Do you support deporting the 1.2 million people who have been through the system, have a final order of removal? Do you support them leaving?
Senator, I'm a prosecutor. I go after,
No, I didn't ask you if you're a prosecutor. Do you support them leaving?
I support people that have committed serious crimes.
Do you support the people who've gone through the system, been denied, had their day in court, final order removal? Do you support them leaving?
If you have
As a
committed
prosecutor, as a rule of law person?
if you have committed a serious crime in this country,
That's not the question. So is it your belief that every non-criminal in the world can come to America?
No.
How many people want to come to America that are non-criminals? Probably hundreds of millions. And I understand why. It's a great country. So my point is, if you're not willing to say that we're going to deport you after you've had your full day in court, you're facing a final order of deportation, we're going to incentivize people to come forever. Mr. Melnick, is that right? How many people did Ronald Reagan provide amnesty to?
Estimates are roughly 2.7 to 3 million.
How many illegal immigrants are in the country today?
I said roughly 13 million of them
Okay,
don't know the exact
I would say that
estimates.
the last thing we want to do is give amnesty to people here now because we'll be overrun. Mr. Arthur, would you describe the last 4 years as mass illegal immigration coming to our borders?
I believe that that's fair characterization, Senator.
Does anybody disagree that the last 4 years has resulted in mass illegal immigration directed toward America? Because if this is not mass, what the hell would be? Now, how do you answer mass illegal immigration? You start enforcing the laws, Ms. Moran said, and you start sending people back who've had their day in court. You can't answer the question, and I respect you. You've been able to take the opportunity to make something of yourself, but we're passing on just constant disorder. If you can't say you should be deported after you've had a full hearing, everything been available to, and you lose, and it's hard to say you need to go, we don't have an immigration system, general. How many people have been deployed to the border by governors to assist in border security from the National Guard?
Sir, I don't have that information.
Okay, it's thousands. Is that illegal use of the National Guard?
It is not the illegal use of the National
It's legal, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, I agree with you there. What's the largest cause of death in America for young people? Does anybody know? Mr. Arthur.
Drug poisoning overdose deaths.
Coming from a drug called fentanyl?
That is correct,
Mainly?
sir.
Okay, where does that drug come from?
That drug, reports indicate that it's made from precursors that come from the People's Republic of China, assembled in Mexico, and largely smuggled into the United States over the Southwest.
General Manner, do you consider illegal immigration a national security problem?
I believe that it is something that ICE and CBT needs to address.
No, I ask you, is it a national security problem?
I think it's a concern, yes.
Okay, I do too. And there are the highest number of people on the terrorist watch list in our country today. At the end of the day, the number of people being killed in America by drug poisoning is coming from labs and cartels in Mexico. General Manner, does the president have the authority to attack a drug lab in Mexico that's making fentanyl to kill American citizens?
I am not a legal expert,
Okay,
Senator, and I
right.
do not know.
So here's what I would say. I think we need to be tough, compassionate, but end this crap. If you're trying to poison America, you're a drug cartel, your days are numbered. We're coming after you, hopefully working with Mexico. If you've had your full day in court and you lost, it's time for you to go and try to do it right. We have to break this endless cycle of having policies that entice people to come to our country illegally, because that is the lack, we're losing sovereignty and losing control over our nation. There are too many people being hurt from this out of control system. So how do you deal with mass illegal immigration? You start with mass deportation of people who shouldn't be here. Mr. Toure, I think President Trump was pretty clear about DACA. But what do we tell the kids who've been brought here in the last year who are 7 years old? Do you ever break this chain? So I'm hoping, Mr. Chairman, that once we regain control of our border and try to shut down the poisoning of America, we can have a logical, rational discussion about dreamers and others. But until we control that border, until we get control over the crime coming into this country, into the poisoning of America, that discussion cannot happen. I've worked with you and others for really decades to fix a broken immigration system. The way the Biden administration's handled this border problem has created a nightmare for our country. And there's a reason 70% of the people want deportations. It's not because they're mean. They want to bring order to chaos. Thank you.
The vast majority of immigrants and undocumented immigrants who are contributing so much to this country, they deserve better. Thank you.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to paint a picture of the crisis at the border and what the incoming administration has to deal with. Roughly 8 million people came into this country illegally from the outgoing administration's border policies. 8 million. Does anyone find that acceptable? I'm going to give you all a chance to answer that question shortly. The American people elected a new president in large part to secure the border and deport people who came illegally under their predecessor. So to my Democratic colleagues, how many illegal immigrants being deported by the new administration would you find objectionable? Mr. Melnick, I'll ask you, 1 million?
I think 1 million would be a disaster.
2 million?
Again, considering we're talking about law-abiding people who've been here for decades, I think that is enough that would have severe negative ramifications for the United States.
3 million?
Same answer.
5 million?
Same answer, even worse ramifications.
Do you think it would be fair or moral to deport any illegal immigrants?
Yes, I'm not a supporter of open borders, as I said before.
Well, I'm kind of curious what your position was back during the Obama administration when that's exactly what he did. I'm not reading what Trump intends to do. I'm reading exactly what President Barack Obama did when he came into office and deported nearly 5 million people, or in excess of 3 million people. So at that time, were you involved politically or in this space at the time that Obama was here? How old were you back then?
I was a graduate of law school and was working at the time.
Were you opining on deportations at that time?
I was not.
Do you believe that President Obama made a grave, horrible, inhumane mistake by deporting those folks?
Well, it wasn't
that
5
came
million
in under the
people.
Bush administration.
It wasn't 5 million people. When we're looking at
It was over 3
internalized
million.
deportations.
So let's not split hairs.
Actual numbers are closer to 1.5 internal ICE deportations. And
But
there
you
as well,
said that
it
was
depends on the
immoral.
portfolio.
So you said President Obama was immoral and inappropriate to deport those million people. Is that what I heard you say?
There were many people that
it's
were
a
deported
yes, no
under his
question.
administration
You
that should
can't
not
be-
have been. Yes.
Look, I don't normally get into these antagonistic sorts of discussions here, but it needs to be said because you just a month ago said at the turn of the century, Jim Crow was legal, lynchings were at their highest level in the U.S. history, women couldn't vote, the infant mortality rate was 165 per 1,000, and the average life expectancy was 47. And we also had quasi-open borders. That part wasn't bad. So let me tell you what I tell everyone who comes in this room and has the polarizing testimony, sir, that you have had. You're a part of the problem. I'm a part of a group of people here who have said, as the president did incidentally on Sunday, he believes there should be a path for dreamers. We're demonizing President Trump for something he may or may not do, but he has said to his Republican base, he believes that there should be certainty for dreamers. He's also said that we have to have a secure border. And as long as the border is not secure, people like me who try to treat people who are in the state that they are here with respect and understanding some of the issues that Mr. Padilla brought up, you cause people to go into their corners and get nothing done. That is why Chair Durbin has not been able to fulfill the promise on dreamers every single year he's tried for the last 20, because people like you make it impossible to have let me finish, and then I'll let you speak as long as the chair wants to, have a rational discussion about it. Because if we don't secure the border, I can't get a path to citizenship for the DACA population. If we don't secure the border, I can't get Democrats and Republicans to come together and give certainty to the dreamer population. Are there any dreamers in the room? Raise your hand if you are. All right. Well, this is a part of the problem, ladies and gentlemen. You have an incoming Republican president who just said as late as Sunday that he's prepared to give you certainty. But we have people here demonizing him for asking the reasonable question of, can't we all agree that we need to secure the border? So if you are sincerely, I don't know how you make your money. I don't care what your political motives are. But number one, I would really appreciate it to say, if you would go out on social media and say that the President Obama did a horrible disservice to those people he deported, and he's as wrong-minded as every other Republican who said we've got to secure the border, deport people, because you can't have one being okay and the other one not being okay. And if you don't come to the table and recognize in a world where, 100 years ago, it was probably safe to have a quasi-open border because the world order was changing and we emerged as a world leader. But today, we have terrorists that can fly from the Middle East, land in Mexico, and come across the border in less than 24 hours. We're not living in Ellis Island anymore. We've got a problem that can't be solved, and people like you are creating more obstacles to people like me who are willing to take hits from my own party to satisfy what people like Donald Trump want to get done. Thank you.
Elections have consequences. For the last 4 years, we have seen the most radical experiment in open borders this nation has ever seen. There are many reasons the American people showed up in overwhelming numbers to vote to re-elect Donald Trump, to elect a Republican majority in the Senate, to re-elect a Republican majority in the House, but there was no reason more front and center than the open borders of the last 4 years. And I have to say, I think there were a number of us wondering, did any of the Democrats in Congress learn anything from the election? And the existence of this hearing makes very clear the answer is no. We've seen 12 million people come into this country illegally under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Texas has seen Democrat for over a read this election. When your home is invaded by 1 million people, it changes your voting patterns. Every single day, we have seen Americans murdered. We have seen women raped. We have seen children brutalized by criminal illegal aliens released deliberately by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. The numbers are staggering. According to ICE, as of July 21st, 2024, nearly 650,000 criminal illegal aliens were currently on ICE's non-detention, have been released, wondering of those 16,000, 4 have been convicted of homicide. You want to know what mass deportation? Those 14,000 better pack their bags right now. Because with a new administration, we're going to arrest you and we are going to deport you. 20,061 have been convicted of sexual assault. Now, I want you to ask of my Democrat colleagues, and it is striking that virtually none of them are here. That is reflected in their conduct because they are silent and putting their head in the sand as to the human tragedies. But what resident of what blue state says, you know what, America's better off with 20,000 rapists being released into this country? 105,146 have been convicted of assault. I would ask my Democrat colleagues if they were here, why the hell today does the Biden administration not go and arrest every one of these criminals and deport them? What rational world says America's better off with more criminals? And these are not just statistics. Ms. Moran, thank you for being here. The country grieves the loss of your daughter. Your daughter was beautiful. She was a mom who I know loved her kids. And she's not with us today. She was raped and murdered because this administration chose to release a violent criminal into America. Your daughter should still be alive. And every one of these victims should still be alive. Laken Riley, a name that the Democrats on this committee can't bring themselves to utter, should still be alive. And in my hometown of Houston, Jocelyn Nungry, I've gotten to know Jocelyn's mother, Alexis, very well. Ms. Moran, like you, Alexis is incredibly brave. I cannot imagine the pain. I'm a father. To lose your child, no parent should have to bury their child. Children should bury their parent. It is wrong what happened to you. But I want to say to you, thank you for having the courage to tell Rachel's story. I would understand if you just curled up in a ball and cried. But, and I'm sure you have wept a lot of tears. But thank you for having the courage to tell Rachel's story. And I want to say, if there is anything that is a mandate from this election, it is to end this insanity, stop these murders, stop these rapes, stop these assaults, protect our citizens. And Ms. Moran, I just want to give you the opportunity at the end of my questioning to share from your perspective why this matters, why we should stop releasing criminals into America.
I have to say, I'm kind of amazed that we're holding this hearing. To me, it's remarkable that the idea of actually, as you were just saying, Ms. Moran, the idea of enforcing our laws, protecting our border, securing our streets from criminals, it's amazing that that's controversial at all. And it says something a lot about the other side of the dais that we're having this hearing today. Let me just ask you, Mr. Reifman-Melnick, I mean, is it really such a bad idea to deport people like the criminal who killed this young man? This is Travis Wolf. He was 12 years old when he was killed. He was mowed down, and I do mean mowed down, in a car by an illegal immigrant, 12 years of age, walking along a sidewalk in my state of Missouri, mowed down by an illegal immigrant who I think also had a prior criminal record. Is it such a bad idea to deport the person who killed him?
Any person who commits a heinous crime should suffer the consequences under the law.
Good. What about Officer David Lee? Officer David Lee was killed in Missouri just a few months ago by another illegal immigrant, once again in a car, who used it as a lethal weapon to ram him and kill him. Is it so wrong, such a bad idea to deport the illegal immigrant who killed this good man?
Again, any person who commits an awful act should face the full force of the law. And
We've
I've
had
never said
multiple
otherwise.
stabbings in the state of Missouri at laundromats in O'Fallon, Missouri, where innocent civilians were going to do their laundry of an evening and were attacked with knives, slashed, bled, stomped upon. Should the illegals who did that officers assaulted in Kansas City on the other side of the state who have been assaulted by illegal immigrants. One officer required over 100 stitches to the head, a police officer, earlier this year. Should the illegal immigrant who did that not be deported?
Again, they should face the consequences of the law, but they are a very small minority of the population that President Trump is promising to deport.
Well, let's talk
13
about the
million
rest
people.
of the people who you don't want to be deported. You said in an article that you wrote recently, new report shows devastating costs of mass deportation. You wrote this in October. Do you remember this piece?
Yes, that is a summary of our report. that we
Yeah.
published
So in this
October.
piece, and it's also in your written testimony, you talk about how much the economy will lose if the United States actually enforces our immigration laws and deports folks who are here illegally. And I want to quote you now. You say some industries would be particularly hard hit, including construction, agriculture, and hospitality, which combined would lose more than 2.5 million workers. What's the argument here? That there aren't American workers who are available to do those jobs?
No, and as I said previously, there likely are, but the issue is that
And you don't want their wages to rise?
I think that we want to pass a path to citizenship so we can have a level and fair playing field for every American.
Why would you want American citizens and those who are here lawfully to have to compete against illegal immigrants who, by the way, are often
I
paid
don't
not
want
minimum
that.
wage, who are not given the federally mandated benefits precisely because they're here illegally? Why would you want to drive down the wages of millions of working Americans who can't get those jobs in construction, agriculture, and hospitality
ladies and
because
gentlemen,
illegal
it's
immigrants
absolutely
are getting them,
ridiculous.
suppressing wages in the meantime? Why would you want to do that?
Well, if you've been here for my initial testimony, you know I don't want
Oh,
that.
listen,
want
I read your
exploitation
testimony word for
to
word, and
avoid.
I've been watching it, and I know what the answer is. You don't actually care about working people because you're absolutely hell-bent on this ideological agenda of opening our border. You want to give everybody who's here a path to citizenship. You want blanket amnesty. You talk about mass deportations. That's your word, not Trump's. You want mass amnesty, right? It's right here in your testimony.
We want a path to citizenship for
That's
people
amnesty.
who pass a background check, who pay a
That's
fine.
amnesty, who you
and
just
that
said
way
there's
we'll get
millions
a
of people,
level
13
playing
million people. Right, 13 million people you want to dump into the labor force.
They are
Who
already
will drive
in the labor force,
illegally?
Senator.
They're here,
Yes.
taking
Illegally.
jobs
So
from
let's
American
make it
citizens and saying,
legal
"Oh,
and avoid
perfect." So
this.
here's your plan. So just if you're wondering, America, here's the Democrats' plan. Take the 13 million plus illegals who are here, taking jobs from Americans, taking wages down, taking healthcare benefits, and bring them here legally so that they can continue to drive down wages, flood the labor force, and suppress all
Senator
of the
Hawley, they
above.
can't flood the labor force if they're already part of the labor force, which is
They
the
are
economic
flooding the
issue
labor
today.
force now. That's what's happening now. Why
The
do you think
majority
have
have been here
flatlined?
for over 15
You hear the
years. Many
idiocracy
millions of years
What has
since
happened
coming
to
from the
working
left.
class wages in
Coming
that
from the
time,
left.
Mr. Reichlin-Melnick?
Working class
they gone
wages
up?
are currently going up. Yes.
Oh, really? They've
They have
gone up over the last
year.
15 years?
Over the
They're
last
up?
15 years, I will have to consult the economists on that matter.
Yeah, they're down, way down. What world do you live in? Listen,
Senator Hawley, they
here's
are
the
all-
deal. The American
familiar with
people
the
just
phrase,
voted.
"Don't
The American
cut off your
people
nose to
just
spite your
voted.
face"?
You know what? It's my time, not yours. So you're here to answer my questions, not to offer a soliloquy. And let me just end with this. The American people just got a good look at your economic program, and they voted against it. We've had an open border for the last 4 years. We have had de facto amnesty, as you yourself just said, for the last 15 plus years. It has been a disaster. People have died because of it. Wages are lower because of it. Our streets are in chaos because of it. And now you and the Democrat Party just say more of the same, more of the same. Let's double down. I would just say to you, I think that's insanity. I think it's total insanity, and the American people do too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Arthur, you are with the Center for Immigration Studies, is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
And that's a nonpartisan think tank, is it?
It is, sir.
Okay. The border is an open bleeding wound, isn't it?
That's a fair way to characterize what's been going on for the last 4 years, sir.
The southern border is chaotic by design, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I've been covering the border for 3 decades, and yeah, it's pretty chaotic.
Would it be fair to say that the broken southern border is man-made?
It would be fair to say that, sir, based on policies that have been implemented.
And that man's name is Joe Biden, isn't it?
That would be a fair assessment, yes, Senator.
And for legal immigration, you're a chump, aren't you?
When you look at the benefits that have been given to people and the speed at which they've been released into the United States, I would be chagrined if I were waiting.
You're
for
a
years.
chump, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
General,
Yeah, he's a chump.
Yes,
you
sir.
believe in open borders, don't you?
I believe in the rule of law, sir.
Right. And it makes you angry that President Trump does not believe in open borders, doesn't it?
Senator, I'm not here to discuss immigration policy. I'm here to discuss whether or not we use the military to enforce it.
And it makes you angry that most Americans don't believe in open borders, doesn't it?
Not in the slightest, sir. Again, I am not here to discuss the immigration policy.
Yeah. Duty, honor, respect, you talked about that
Yes,
in
Senator.
your opening statement. On October 14th of this year, you went on CNN. To Bob Woodward, if he as chairman of the Joint Chiefs is calling the president a fascist, I'm so proud of him for breaking that barrier. The challenge is because most MAGA Republicans, they don't understand what fascism is. The reality is that they are in fact fascists themselves. Did I read that accurately?
Senator, I am happy to discuss my personal perspectives with you separately at any time. That's not the purpose of the hearing today.
Did I read that accurately?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Look at him trying to deflect.
You think you're smarter than the American people, don't you?
Yeah, the general do. He do think he's
Absolutely
smarter
not,
than we
Senator.
do. Yeah, you
I am
do.
here to discuss the use of the military as part of this
No, he
mass
don't.
deportation.
General Randy
You think
Manor
you're more
or Manor.
virtuous than the American people, don't you, General?
Senator, I am insulted by your comment.
Duty, honor, and respect. You talked about that in your opening statement, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Moran said, I wrote down her words. She said, by their actions, you know what someone's character is like. You agree with that?
Senator, for 35 years, I served my country with absolute honor and distinction, and I will continue to do so.
You agree with what Ms. Moran said?
Of course.
Mr. Got a few minutes left.
23 seconds.
Well, actually, you let Ms. Klobuchar go well over, so I'm assuming you'll extend me the
I'll
same.
give you the
courtesy.
same minute I gave to her.
You gave it a minute 20. I timed it.
You're using.
I watched you like a hawk, Dick. Mr. Meldon, Mr. Reichland
Trying to
Meldon.
be slick.
You believe in open borders too, don't you?
I do not, Mr. Kennedy.
Okay. On November 1st, 2022, you tweeted, both Texas and Louisiana have their knives out for Black immigrants. Do you remember that tweet?
I don't, but it's quite possible.
What Texans, it's not only possible, it happened. You're not denying it, are you?
No, I'm saying, referring
What
to the
Texas?
context.
Who are
I
you
actually
talking
don't
to?
know the
Who are
context.
you talking to about who in Texas had their knives out for black immigrants?
Guessing the context, but my suspicion is
Give
that
me
it
a
has to
name.
do the
Give me a
Attorney
name.
General Ken Paxton and
Give
the
me a
Attorney
name.
General of
Give me a
Louisiana.
name.
I just did.
You don't have a name, do you?
I just said Ken Paxton.
You don't have a name, do you? You just said it, didn't you?
Just said Ken Paxton.
All right, how about Louisiana? You said Louisiana has its knives out for black immigrants. Who in Louisiana were you talking about?
Again, I'm not certain. That was 2 years ago. And as I'm sure you know, much has happened in the last 2 years.
Well, did you say it?
Again, I do not remember the context.
But you don't,
Senator
you said
Kennedy.
somebody had their knives out from Louisiana for black immigrants, but you don't know who they were? You just said it?
I said the Attorney General of Louisiana and Texas, and I believe this referred to specifically lawsuits brought and arguments that were made in court that the arrival of Haitians
I'm out
and
of time,
others
but I
were
want to get you
inherently
on the
dangerous,
record.
which was
You
not-
Thank you very much, Senator.
believe
Appreciate
that the
your
Attorney
questions.
General at that time of Louisiana had his knives out for black immigrants. That's your testimony.
Given their
Thank you, Senator
litigation
Kennedy.
conduct, yes.
Does anybody disagree with the following statement? America has a right to limit how many people can come into our country.
No.
Nobody disagrees with that. Good. Mr. Toure, very successful life. You have much to be proud of. During the 4 years of the Trump administration, were you ever, anybody suggest you should be deported?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. No.
Okay. Do you support deporting the 1.2 million people who have been through the system, have a final order of removal? Do you support them leaving?
Senator, I'm a prosecutor. I go after,
No, I didn't ask you if you're a prosecutor. Do you support them leaving?
I support people that have committed serious crimes.
Do you support the people who have gone through the
This
system?
guy's not even a legal
been
citizen.
denied, had their day in court,
This guy's not even a legal
final
citizen.
order removal? Do you support them leaving?
If you have
As a
committed,
prosecutor, as a rule of law person?
if you have committed a serious crime in this country,
That's not the question. So is it your belief that every non-criminal in the world can come to America?
No.
How many people want to come to America that are non-criminals? Probably hundreds of millions. And I understand why. It's a great country. So my point is, if you're not willing to say that we're going to deport you after you've had your full day in court, you're facing a final order of deportation, we're going to incentivize people to come forever. Mr. Melnick, is that right? How many people did Ronald Reagan provide amnesty to?
Estimates are roughly 2.7 to 3 million.
How many illegal immigrants are in the country today?
I said roughly 13 million, although we
Okay,
don't know the
I
exact
would say that
estimates.
the last thing we want to do is give amnesty to people here now because we'll be overrun. Mr. Arthur, would you describe the last 4 years as mass illegal immigration coming to our borders?
I believe that that's fair characterization, Senator.
Does anybody disagree that the last 4 years has resulted in mass illegal immigration directed toward America? Because if this is not mass, what the hell would be? Now, how do you answer mass illegal immigration? You start enforcing the laws, Ms. Moran said, and you start sending people back who've had their day in court. You can't answer the question, and I respect you. You've been able to take the opportunity to make something of yourself, but we're passing on just constant disorder. If you can't say you should be deported after you've had a full hearing, everything been available to, and you lose, and it's hard to say you
Could you
need to
guys
go.
get my likes up,
We don't
please? I
have an
appreciate it.
immigration
If
system.
you can get my
General,
likes up, please. I appreciate it. Thank
how
you.
many people have been deployed to the border by governors to assist in border security from the National Guard?
Sir, I don't have that information.
Okay, it's thousands. Is that a legal use of the National Guard?
It is not the illegal use of the National
It's legal, right?
Guard. That is correct.
Yeah, I agree with you there. What's the largest cause of death in America for young people? Does anybody know? Mr. Arthur?
Drug poisoning overdose deaths.
Coming from a drug called fentanyl?
That is correct,
Mainly.
sir.
Okay, where does that drug come from?
That drug, reports indicate that it's made from precursors that come from the People's Republic of China, assembled in Mexico, and largely smuggled into the United States over the Southwest.
General Manner, do you consider illegal immigration a national security problem?
I believe that it is something that ICE and CBT needs to address.
No, I ask you, is it a national security problem?
I think it's a concern, yes.
Okay, I do too. And they're the highest number of people on the terrorist watch list in our country today. At the end of the day, the number of people being killed in America by drug poisoning is coming from labs and cartels in Mexico. General Manner, does the president have the authority to attack a drug lab in Mexico that's making fentanyl to kill American citizens?
I am not a legal expert,
Okay,
Senator, and I
right.
do not know.
So here's what I would say. I think we need to be tough, compassionate, but end this crap. If you're trying to poison America, you're a drug cartel, your days are numbered. We're coming after you, hopefully working with Mexico. If you've had your full day in court and you lost, it's time for you to go and try to do it right. We have to break this endless cycle of having policies that entice people to come to our country illegally, because that is the we're losing sovereignty and losing control over our nation. There are too many people being hurt from this out of control system. So how do you deal with mass illegal immigration? You start with mass deportation of people who shouldn't be here. Mr. Toure, I think President Trump was pretty clear about DACA. But what do we tell the kids who've been brought here in the last year who are 7 years old? Do you ever break this chain? So I'm hoping, Mr. Chairman, that once we regain control of our border and try to shut down the poisoning of America, we can have a logical, rational discussion about dreamers and others. But until we control that border, until we get control over the crime coming into this country, into the poisoning of America, that discussion cannot happen. I've worked with you and others for really decades to fix a broken immigration system. The way the Biden administration's handled this border problem has created a nightmare for our country. And there's a reason 70% of the people want deportations. It's not because they're mean. They want to bring order to chaos. Thank you.
The vast majority of immigrants and undocumented immigrants who are contributing so much to this country, they deserve better. Thank you.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to paint a picture of the crisis at the border and what the incoming administration has to deal with. Roughly 8 million people came into this country illegally from the outgoing administration's border policies. 8 million. Does anyone find that acceptable? I'm going to give you all a chance to answer that question shortly. The American people elected a new president in large part to secure the border and deport people who came illegally under their predecessor. So to my Democratic colleagues, how many illegal immigrants being deported by the new administration would you find objectionable? Mr. Melnick, I'll ask you, 1 million?
I think 1 million would be a disaster.
2 million?
Again, considering we're talking about law-abiding people who've been here for decades, I think that is enough that would have severe negative ramifications for the United States.
3 million?
Same answer.
5 million?
Same answer, even worse ramifications.
Do you think it would be fair or moral to deport any illegal immigrants?
Yes, I'm not a supporter of open borders, as I said before.
Well, I'm kind of curious what your position was back during the Obama administration when that's exactly what he did. I'm not reading what Trump intends to do. I'm reading exactly what President Barack Obama did when he came into office and deported nearly 5 million people, or in excess of 3 million people. So at that time, were you involved politically or in this space at the time that Obama was here? How old were you back then?
I was a graduate of law school and was working at the time.
Were you opining on deportations at that time?
I was not.
Do you believe that President Obama made a grave, horrible, inhumane mistake by deporting those folks?
Well, it wasn't
that
5
came
million
in under the
people.
Bush administration?
It wasn't 5 million people. When we're looking at
It was over 3
internalized
million.
deportations.
So let's not split hairs.
Actual numbers are closer to 1.5 internal ICE deportations. And
But
there
you
as well,
said
it
that was
depends on the
immoral.
portfolio.
So you said President Obama was immoral and inappropriate to deport deport those 1 million people. Is that what I heard you say?
There were many people that
it's
were
a
deported
yes, no
under his
question.
administration
You
that should
can't
not
make-
have been. Yes.
Look, I don't normally get into these antagonistic sorts of discussions here, but it needs to be said because you just a month ago said at the turn of the century, Jim Crow was legal, lynchings were at their highest level in the U.S. history, women couldn't vote, the infant mortality rate was 165 per 1,000, and the average life expectancy was 47. And we also had quasi-open borders. That part wasn't bad. So let me tell you what I tell everyone who comes in this room and has the polarizing testimony, sir, that you have had. You're a part of the problem. I'm a part of a group of people here who have said, as the president did incidentally on Sunday, he believes there should be a path for dreamers. We're demonizing President Trump for something he may or may not do. But he has said to his Republican base, he believes that there should be certainty for dreamers. He's also said that we have to have a secure border. And as long as the border is not secure, people like me who try to treat people who are in the state that they are here with respect and understanding some of the issues that Mr. Padilla brought up, you cause people to go into their corners and get nothing done. That is why Chair Durbin has not been able to fulfill the promise on dreamers every single year he's tried for the last 20, because people like you make it impossible to have let me finish and then I'll let you speak as long as the chair wants to, have a rational discussion about it. Because if we don't secure the border, I can't get a path to citizenship for the DACA population. If we don't secure the border, I can't get Democrats and Republicans to come together and give certainty to the dreamer population. Are there any dreamers in the room? Raise your hand if you are. All right. Well, this is a part of the problem, ladies and gentlemen. You have an incoming Republican president who just said as late as Sunday that he's prepared to give you certainty. But we have people here demonizing him for asking the reasonable question of, can't we all agree that we need to secure the border? So if you are sincerely, I don't know how you make your money. I don't care what your political motives are. But number one, I would really appreciate it to say, if you would go out on social media and say that the President Obama did a horrible disservice to those people he deported, and he's as wrong-minded as every other Republican who said we've got to secure the border, deport people, because you can't have one being okay and the other one not being okay. And if you don't come to the table and recognize in a world where, 100 years ago, it was probably safe to have a quasi-open border because the world order was changing and we emerged as a world leader. But today, we have terrorists that can fly from the Middle East, land in Mexico, and come across the border in less than 24 hours. We're not living in Ellis Island anymore. We've got a problem that can't be solved, and people like you are creating more obstacles to people like me who are willing to take hits from my own party to satisfy what people like Donald Trump want to get done. Thank you.
Elections have consequences. For the last 4 years, we have seen the most radical experiment in open borders this nation has ever seen. There are many reasons the American people showed up in overwhelming numbers to vote, to re-elect Donald Trump, to elect a Republican majority in the Senate, to re-elect a Republican majority in the House, but there was no reason more front and center than the open borders of the last 4 years. And I have to say, I think there were a number of us wondering, did any of the Democrats in Congress learn anything from the election? And the existence of this hearing makes very clear the answer is no, front and center than the open borders of the last 4 years. We've seen 12 million people. And I have to say, I think there were a number of us wondering, did any of the Democrats in Congress, Texas has seen Democrat for over read this election. When your home is invaded by 1 million people, it changes your voting patterns. Every single day, we have seen Americans learn anything from the election. And the existence of this hearing makes very clear the answer is no. Front and center. Than the open borders of the last 4 years. 12 million illegal aliens. And I have to say, I think there were a number of us wondering, did any of the Democrats in Congress, Texas has seen. The numbers are staggering. According to ICE, as of July 21st, 2024, nearly 650,000 read this election. Criminal illegal aliens. When your home is invaded, currently on ICE's million people, it changes your voting patterns. Wondering every
You're
single
showing the
day.
statistics, guys. Having a little trouble with the feed,
we have
but
seen Americans.
yeah, there's the statistics right
You
here.
want to know what mass deport and the existence of this hearing
That's
makes
not me
very
doing
clear
this,
the answer is pack their bags right now. Than the open borders of the last 4 years. With 12 million aliens, and I have to say, I think there were a number of us wondering, did any of the Democrats in Congress,
Homicide, sexual assault, burglary, robbery, kidnapping,
of my
and
Democrat colleagues, and it is
commercialized
striking that
sexual
nearly 650,000
offenses.
that is reflected in their
Homicide is
conduct because criminal
14,000
home is currently on ICE and it changes. What resident of what blue state says, you know what, America is wrong with 20,000 rapists being released into this
Having a little trouble with the feed, but statistics, ladies. Yeah, there's the statistics right here. Say numbers don't lie.
And the existence of this hearing, I would ask my Democrat colleagues if they were here right now. Why the hell
10,000.
today?
Which is 10,000 foreign
Not go and arrest every one of these criminals.
convicted criminals released into the U.S. since 2023.
That is reflected in their conduct. And these are not illegal aliens. Currently on ICE and it changes. What resident of what blue state says, you know what, America is wrong with 20,000 rapists being released into this country.
Ted Cruz, statistics, ladies. Yeah, there's the statistics right here. Say numbers don't lie.
And the existence of this hearing, I would ask my Democrat colleagues if they were here right now. And she's not
10,000 foreign
every one of these criminals
convicted sexual assault criminals released into the U.S. since 2023.
That is reflected in their conduct.
And one on the far left, the redhead, she was only 12 years old. These girls are raped and murdered because of the democratic, racist democratic policies. And they stand 10 toes down on this type of nonsense, ladies and gentlemen. This is another thing. And I'm going to continue talking about it. I'm going to continue talking about this. This is going to be a talking point all the way up into ICE. I got to do it every time I go live. I'm going to continue talking about it.
But I want to say,
One on the far left, the redhead, she was only 12 years old. These girls are raped and murdered because of democratic, racist democratic policies. And they stand 10 toes down on this type of nonsense, ladies and gentlemen. This is another thing.
and I want to say if there is anything
And I'm
that
going to
was
continue
meant
talking about it. I'm going to continue talking about this. This is going to be a talking point all the way up into ICE. I got to do it every time I go live.
Ms. Moran, I just
I'm going to continue talking about it.
But I want to say,
I got a lag going on. Hold on for a minute. Oh man, this is terrible lag. These girls are raped and murdered because of democratic, racist democratic policies. Yeah, this is a lag. Hold on for a minute. Ladies and gentlemen. This is another thing.
and I want to say if there is anything
I'm
that
gonna
was
continue.
meant.
I'm over here hearing myself talk. That's how bad the lag is. The lag is bad. Hold on for one moment. Hold on for a minute.
Ms. Moran, I just
I'm gonna continue talking. Something happened.
But I want to say,
Yeah, something happened, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on for a minute, because I'm able to hear. I don't have anything playing, but let's see here. Okay, I figured out where the problem is. Okay, there we go. Because I was wondering why I was hearing myself. Okay, I do apologize.
Releasing criminals into America.
There we go.
I have to say, I'm kind of amazed that we're holding this hearing. To me, it's remarkable that the idea of actually, as you were just saying, Ms. Morin, the idea of enforcing our laws, protecting our border, securing our streets from criminals, it's amazing that that's controversial at all. And it says something a lot about the other side of the dais that we're having this hearing today. Let me just ask you, Mr. Reifland-Melnick, I mean, is it really such a bad idea to deport people like the criminal who killed this young man? This is Travis Wolf. He was 12 years old when he was killed. He was mowed down, and I do mean mowed down, in a car by an illegal immigrant, 12 years of age, walking along a sidewalk in my state of Missouri, mowed down by an illegal immigrant who I think also had a prior criminal record. Is this such a bad idea to deport the person who killed him?
Any person who commits a heinous crime should suffer the consequences under the law.
Good. What about Officer David Lee? Officer David Lee was killed in Missouri just a few months ago by another illegal immigrant, once again in a car, who used it as a lethal weapon to ram him and kill him. Is it so wrong, such a bad idea?
And then I got a friend of mine that I know that has been mowed down by illegal and was killed about a month ago. So, yeah, am I passionate about this? Absolutely. I'm very passionate about this because these people, these are citizens here. And with the democratic illegal policies that have allowed these illegals to come over here into our country, and then not only that, they can't even they can't even read. Most of them don't even know English enough or whatever they literacy levels, which I don't care. I want them out of the country. I want them out, and I'm looking forward to mass deportation. I want them out of here. I want them out, ladies and gentlemen. I want them out of here. And we look like we will get that that opportunity to have these people rounded up, these illegal criminals, and have them exported out of the country. You know, we don't have no more of this political correctness. No more of it. No more of it. I want their behinds out of here. I want these criminals to leave. We didn't have this problem before. We are being overran, ladies and gentlemen, by illegal immigrants, illegal criminals that are in our country. And I call them all criminals. You know why? Because they have not gone through the right pathway of citizenship. They were not vetted. We do not know who these people are. So therefore, everybody that's here, unless if they've been vetted the proper way, are illegal and they are breaking the law and they are criminals. Criminals. I welcome my detractors to come into this room. I welcome them to come in here. If you know somebody that is for the legal migration, let them tell them my life been running for a while. And by now they know that I'm up here talking about this. You know, talking about this. You can hit the mic. You're more welcome to come up here on the platform. I'm not going to dog you out and beat you up, but we're going to go over the facts as to what these illegal immigrants have been doing. Because people, good people, police officers, children, women, people are losing their lives over these illegals. They don't know our language very well, nor our laws. They're just here. They're just here. They don't pay into the taxes. They're just here, ladies and gentlemen. They're taking the jobs away because a lot of these businesses and corporations, they can hire illegals cheaper. You know, why pay them what they can pay American when all they have to do is offer a cheaper or half rate? And that's what it is, a race to the bottom economy that the Democrats have established. They were the ones that set this up. I had a friend of mine that died as well, like this police officer, that have died behind illegal that was behind the wheel of a vehicle. He should have never been driving, and he should have never been in this country. And this is why I'm passionate about this. Where are my detractors? I can hit the link. I can send the link. You liberal detractors, I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you. Because again, we didn't ask for you guys to come over here. You came over here up from a criminal government which was ran by the Democrats. The American citizens have voted Trump in to take care of this illegal migration. This is I call it an invasion. This is a legal criminal invasion. That's what I call it. Until you have been vetted, until you have gone through the right pathway, you are a criminal. I look at any foreigner that's in this country, not legally, you are breaking the law and you are a criminal, and you're not entitled for any type of constitution. That's a privilege that are given to Americans by Americans, not for illegal criminals that have crossed over to the shores of America. We want you out, and you are going to be out. You are going to be. It's going to be deportation. We have undocumented illegal criminals in this country, and I believe the numbers are a lot higher. I believe it's more than 15 million, to be honest, and that's way too much. Our economy cannot handle it. They've been taking up our resources. They have been using up our resources. That's why DACA got to go. We don't want DACA anymore, right? This is exactly what it is. That wall, I guarantee that wall is going up. That finishing or completion of that wall, right? That wall is going to go up between the U.S. and Mexico border to curb illegal crossing. That's what the wall was built for. We do not want any illegals crossing over, coming over without going through the right pathway of citizenship. Rules are meant to be followed, and they shouldn't have any type of privileges. I don't care if you're Mexican, Cuban, Black, African, Asian, Indian. This is for all. This ain't just for Mexican people now. I mean, let that be clear. These policies are for all that enter into America, right? This is what we're talking about here. We have a zero tolerant policy under the Trump administration. Zero. Policy sought out to persecute all individuals crossing into the borders illegally, right? This is what we're talking about. We are talking about any illegal that come into this country without coming through the right pathway of citizenship. You will be deported. You will go through the detention center, and then you will be deported back into your country. Now, if you commit a crime, you're probably going to be looking at either life in prison or the death penalty. And I know when Trump he's going to already pass any foreigner that kills an American, assaults an American. And I hope they get the death penalty, either life in prison or the death penalty. That's the message that have to be set. Any foreigner, you are welcome to come into this room. If you're a foreigner, you are welcome to come into this room, because I want to have a conversation with you, because the mass deportation is going down. It's going down, and I want to do the ride-alongs too. I want to record it and do the ride-alongs. I get great pleasure seeing these illegals rounded up, handcuffed, dragged out their home, put into detention centers to be exported back to your country of origin where you belong. Let your government deal with you over there. You want to make a place better? Make your countries better. That's why we want to make our countries better. We deserve to have our country better for Americans. Americans first, not foreigners first. It's Americans first. I wish I can get a detractor in here right now. I really do. I really do. So I can barbecue they behind, because this situation shouldn't have happened in the first place. I don't care what foreign you are. You are an illegal. You don't get no privileges about the Constitution. You don't get that right. There ain't no court proceedings and so forth. Just like Toure should never be practicing law. How you going to have an illegal practicing law? He ain't a DACA person. He's not even a citizen. Where does he get off practicing law? This is how insane the left liberals are. None of them make any sense, ladies and gentlemen. And we got to sit up in here and deal with this nonsense? I don't think so. Where do they get off? Where did Toure get off? Where did he get off? He's an illegal, as far as I'm concerned. He didn't come through here. He came under here under DACA. That's why we're getting rid of DACA. DACA got to go, right? Because he's not legal. You would have figured his ass would have been over here long enough. He should have got illegal. He should have been legal. There's a process. But what I'm saying is, I want the new system revamped. I want it where we want their best in these countries. If we're not getting STEM people, science, technology, engineering, and math, I don't want them. I don't want just no regular people over here. We don't need regular foreigners and immigrants over here, right? We don't need that no more. We want them out of here. Let the Americans do those jobs. And these corporations are going to be held accountable and responsible as well. Yeah, no wonder they want the illegals over here. So they don't have to pay the regular prices. They don't have to pay for any of the stuff. Under the table, half of the price. They shouldn't be working. They shouldn't be in the country. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. They should not be here. They should not be here. And they will not be here either, once the mass deportation has gone underway. This is what's going to happen. Zero tolerant policy. That's under the Trump administration. Zero tolerant policy. No birthright citizenship. No birthright citizenships for illegals. The children is going to be taken along with them. Take the whole family. Take the whole family in the detention centers, so that way they could be shipped back. They don't have to separate the children and the family. Don't separate them. Take the whole family back. I want a complete package, and I'm not sympathetic. The only thing I'm sympathetic about is Americans. It's about time that we all start saying it, and saying it loud and saying it proud. America first. And if I don't hear America first, then I call you an anti-American. And I know how to deal with these damn liberals. Damn these liberals. None of their policies make any sense. That's what destroyed my community, is these effing liberals and these effing Democrat liberals. Those are the ones that destroyed my community. And I'll never forgive them for that. Why should I? Just like my friend that got murdered crossing the street. How you gonna be in the car and not stop? How does that happen? You know, that's what I'm saying. How does that happen? Oh, another American been killed by an illegal person. You shouldn't be over here in the first place. Shouldn't be over here in the first place. That's my point. And the FBAs, wherever you guys are, you should be backing me up on this type of stuff. You ain't nowhere in sight. You ain't nowhere to be found. Where the FBAs at? Foundational Blacks. Where the B2s at? You know, B1s, where are they? Where are the B1s and the FBAs? You don't never hear from them. Never hear from them. I've been trying to call them out for a while. I don't hear from them. If anybody know an FBA, just send them in the room so we can talk about it. They ain't nowhere to be found. Nowhere. Pan-African American ain't nowhere to be found. Missing in action. ADOS, nowhere to be found. Where are they? Where are you guys? I've been calling you out. It's like I just hear, I mean, this is just crazy. I've been looking for you guys, man, to back me up on this situation. Where are you guys? All I get is, that's all I get. Every single time. Where's the foundational blacks at? This is what I get. This is what I get. Just crickets. This is a cricket situation. Do not know where they are.
Problem is that our leaders are dumb.
Plain and simple. We got dumb leadership.
Problem is that our leaders are dumb.
We got dumb leadership, stupid leadership to allow these illegals into our country. They've been making, they just been nothing but running amok, creating havoc all across the United States. And how in the hell can a sanctuary city be a sanctuary for illegals? That's why when Trump get in this office, and I can already see it, there's going to be a lot of indictments. And it's going to start with Biden and Harris. And it's going to be some indictments. There's going to be a lot of heads going to be rolling. And I'm saying it right now. I'm just going to say it now because I already see what's already happening already ahead of time. The indictments are going to be coming out against this travesty. The indictments are going to be coming out because they have to be held accountable, right? And I'm looking for my FBAs. Where are you? I'm looking for you because, again, because of these illegals over here, and all I get from these guys, like I said before, they won't come in here and they won't talk about what I'm talking about right now. This is all I get from them. This is all I get from them. You know? That's all I get from them. Foundational blacks. When we got an illegal situation, we got illegals in this country. You know? It would seem nice if they were to band together, be out on the streets with your picket signs. Can't even get them even to be mobilized and organized. I can't even get them to mobilize and organize. They just get online. You know? That's all they do. I'm talking about real life stuff here right now. They're nowhere to be found. Once again, nowhere to be found, ladies and gentlemen. They won't come in here. This ain't about numbers and views. They just won't come in here and deal with the problem. They won't do it. They won't have the real conversation. It's all disingenuous. Yeah, I got to go on their platform. No, I don't need to go on their platform. Because I'm going to have order over here. See, on mine, there's going to be order, right? I can handle a panel if I want to, but I'm not going to do the disrespect. Everybody gets a turn to talk. It won't be any of that disrespect stuff. See what I'm saying? But I have to call these people out because I'm saying if that was true about foundational blacks, they should be in an uproar. But I don't hear anything from them. They're talking about Fat Joe. Fuck Fat Joe. We're talking about what's going on over here in America with illegals. That's what I'm talking about. Go and get your Tariq Nasheed. You got to have his permission to talk about what's going on when it come down to Americans. We are in a serious problem right now. That's why the mass deportation has to come. That's the whole thing about it. Thank God we ain't got to wait on some leader. I don't follow no leaders. I don't have no black leaders. We don't need no black leaders. All I'm looking at is that we are Americans. That's all that cares about. I'm not black. I'm not this. I'm not that. I'm an American. That's all that matters, right? I am a legal citizen here in the United States, born here, raised here, generational families that go back. I can go very far back, right? This is what we're talking about here. We're talking about people that's here already. Not all these illegals coming over here illegally. causing all these crime, violence. This is what's going on. Damn police officer killed by a illegal immigrant behind the steering wheel of a vehicle, of a car. They're so damn stupid, they can't even drive the car right. You know? These illegals that you hire, they can't do the effing job right. Look at what they're doing on these construction jobs. Shoddy work, shitty work. They ain't hard workers. They do shoddy work, ladies and gentlemen. Their work ain't good. I'm just being honest. Their work is not good. It's not good at all. I'm just here to tell you. It's not good. Yeah, so other than that, though, so yeah, sorry for the pause, but I'm just saying, this is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it is. It's about time that we start addressing the issue for what it really is, because a few more days after inauguration, right at inauguration, Tom Homan and he's sending his crew. ICE is coming along with the military. So these people better get used to it. I've been already showing clips of what they did in the past 6-7 years ago. This is not new. Trump did this before in this policy. This ain't nothing new. This is not nothing new. So again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a problem. We're going to get rid of this scourge out of our country. That's why I'm so glad it's going down. I ain't saying nothing. It's all I'm saying, but all I'm saying is we just repeating the obvious. It's inevitable. I don't care what laws that they pass in Chicago. It's not going to stop ICE from coming. So you go and run and tell that to your illegal foreigner friends and family that ICE is coming. Hell is coming. And you may as well just go ahead on and deport yourself now before they come and do it. You may want to start making plans now with you and your family. Anybody that's over in America, family and all, that are illegal, and that includes DACA. You are breaking the law, sir and ma'am. Why put your children through all the stress? You may as well self-deport yourselves now. Make the job easier for ICE. Make it easier. I am not sympathetic to any of your causes at all as a foreigner. You are illegal. You have no rights. You have no constitution. Go back to your own countries and build your countries up. Don't come over here. We only want people that are scientists, technology, engineering, and math. These are the only people we would consider coming to America. We gain nothing of just regular illegal people. Just live off and sap off of the system. I've seen it. You've seen it. These set-aside programs should be for its citizens only. And I'm going to keep drumming it. I'm going to keep sounding the alarm. I'm going to keep it up, because the more I piss off, the more that I'm doing my job. Now, for present company that agree with this, obviously, I'm just speaking on this echo chamber at this point. But I'm looking for my detractors. I'm looking for my people that want to say that, foreigner, we belong in the country. You don't belong here. You don't have no rights. You are illegal. You don't get that opportunity. You don't get them rights. And I'm tired of some of these blacks that sympathize with them, because foreigners don't care about your black asses. It's going to tell the truth. They don't give a damn about you. So why are you sympathetic to their needs? All they doing is using your butt. They don't care about black issues. They never did. I don't care nothing about Hispanic, right? Illegal, that is, and the rest of you. I don't. I'm not sympathetic at all. I'm 100% on board of the deportation. The mass deportation have to go. It has to go down. We're going to send a message around the world. Do not come to America illegally. If you are, you will be caught and you will be detained and you will go back to your country of origin. If you want a place to build up, build your own country up. If you don't like things over there, build over there. Don't come over here. We don't want you. We don't like you and we don't want you. And I'm saying that. And I have no fear saying it. We don't like you and we don't want you. We don't want you over here illegally. We don't know where you come from. You are a criminal until proven otherwise. You have been utilizing our resources, spending hard-earned taxpayers' dollars. You do not pay into the tax structure. You are a scourge in America, so that you know. All illegal immigrants are a scourge to America. Each and every one of you. You have brought this down on your family. Shame on you. You are the one, sir and ma'am. You have to come over here legally. I can't go into any country talking about I'm going to live over here and all that. No. And America is no exception. There will be no consideration. There will be no bargaining. There will be no let's vote it in. Because ICE is coming rather, like I said, Chicago think they can stop it. They're not. Pritzker ain't going to do a damn thing but wind his ass up in jail. This is the right way. We want to protect Americans first. This is exactly what it is. And we're not putting up with it no more. We're going to get rid of this Democratic scourge, this stinking liberal elite Democratic scourge that have also polluted, have poisoned our way of life. They were really on their way to tearing this country up, trying to make it into a third world country, but they failed because there was one man that stopped them, and his name was Donald J. Trump and the MAGA people that supported him. We all voted for Trump. We all voted for mass deportation, each and every one of us. So if you got a problem with it, get in here in this room and let's talk about it. If you got a problem with it, talk to me. If you got a problem with it. That's what I'm saying. If you got a problem, Mr. or Mrs. Illegal, you can get in here and talk to it. You may as well, because Matt, if I was you, I wouldn't even want to talk about it. I'll be worried about packing up and self-deporting yourself now before it's too late. Because you only have a few more days, sir and ma'am, before ICE show up at your door. They're going to come over there at the job site. They're going to come to the construction areas. They're going to come to the fast food joints, the restaurants, the supermarkets, the department stores, the Chinese restaurants. They're going to come. They're coming so that you know. So go run and tell that. Go run and tell that. Self-deport right now before ICE come and get you. They're going to take you. They're going to take your families, and they're going to take you as a whole bundle. And you will be in a detention center waiting to be shipped back to your country of origin. We want you out. We do not want you here unless you come through the right pathway of citizenship. Where's my detractors at? Where are they? Because like it is, I'm standing up for Americans first. We're not going to be carrying these other countries. Canada, we're not going to be funding you no more. We are not funding Canada. Don't be threatened about Canada too. Let me go and bang on Canada a little bit. Then I'm coming back to the mass deportation. Canada, we don't need nothing from Canada. We don't need their cars. We don't need their resources. We don't need anything from Canada. So let's make that clear. We don't need anything from Canada. Not one thing. So whatever Canada going to do it. Those tariffs of 25% will stay in effect until you deal with your illegal immigration policies. That's why the tariffs were there in the first place. I'm talking about Canadians. You put them in this room too if they want to talk about it, because that's exactly what it is. America don't need nothing from you guys. You guys need us. We've been incentivizing America. Been paying them out $100 million a year for well over 30 years. Well over 30 years. We've been incentivizing Canada for a long time, right? A long time. We have been incentivizing them. And then look what we get. A mouthy ass prime minister that don't know his front from his back end. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Justin Trudeau. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad he's stepping down. He was incapable anyway. All of them are. I don't trust that Pierre dude either. I don't really trust him. We don't need nothing from Canada. There'd be more of a benefit belonging to the United States with low taxes. You ain't got no benefit being under the Queen or the King, being up under the Commonwealth. We didn't benefit from them. We broke away. Remember 1776, right? We broke away because of taxation without representation. It's about time that you Canadians start waking up and smelling the coffee too, and stop being a mule and stop being a footstool for the UK. Look at the UK. Look how effed up it is over there, right? All that violence over there, everybody getting knifed, robbed, and they got illegal migration over there. It's looking like another Middle East over there in the UK. Hell, we're gonna allow that to happen in America. Hell no. Hell no. Look at Germany. Germany falling. UK is falling. Look at these places. Whole bunch of illegals and terrorist actions over there. Criminals. Nothing but criminals, right? Nothing but criminals. We won't allow that to happen to America. We are not going to allow it to happen. That's why we're glad that we got the Second Amendment. We are not going to allow that to happen. So don't be like the UK, Canada. You may as well smarten up. You tell anybody got a Canadian, they want to talk about it, come in this room. Let's have the conversation. Because right now, America don't need shit from y'all at all. I don't want your high taxes because we've been incentivizing Canada. No wonder you guys got universal health care. Guess who's been paying it? Americans. $100 million. Y'all don't have nowhere near the population in Canada like y'all do over here in America. So nobody should be talking shit about it at all. You are little sister, little brother. We ain't yours, you ours. You do as what the Americans tell you to do. And it's about time that Canada either get in line, or I don't care if Trump want to jack those tariffs up even higher than 25% to get them to bend the knee, and they will bend that knee. They're going to see how much America needs Canada. You know what I'm saying? They'll see how much is that. And I'm 100% approve Donald Trump's message as well, too, about Canada. That's how we get your behind in line. Mexico is a given. They can't make it without us, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you know we the shit? Nobody begging to go to Canada and Mexico for what? For what? They don't even have a stable economy. Our dollar is so strong right now, and it's going to get better than that. We will be the #1 superpower here in America, the red, the white, the blue. Hooray for America, right? The land of the free, the home of the brave, man. This is what it really is. This is exactly what it is, where you're going to start feeling good about being American. And I want you to feel good about being American. This is what it's about. We the only country where you can have freedom of speech, freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, along with the Second Amendment right. The Fourth Amendment right, where we actually have it where, again, we have it where the fact is that no illegal search and seizure. Nobody just can't run up on us in illegal. We have the greatest decoration. We have the greatest article. We have the greatest here in America. That's why they all want to come here. That's why they want to come here. But you got to come here right. Can't come here legally. You know what I'm saying? I said I was going to get those Canadians. I'm talking about their people in government. Now, the Canadian people, because I got friends over there, Canadian people are pretty cool. It's their fucking government is the problem. They're the ones, right? So they better get in line. If you already looked at the statistics, over 50% of Canadians want to be Americans. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't have no benefit having your own sovereignty with high taxes. Because if America cut Canada off, just cut them off entirely, Canada would suffer. It'd be worse than the UK. Worse than the UK. They got resources over there, but if hardly nobody is buying your stuff, the number one consumer from Canada is the United States. Everybody should know that. If we cut them off, they would be in serious trouble. So I don't know why all this trying to play poker face with us. You don't want to play that game because you're going to lose. And you're going to allow the Canadians to suffer. They already hate Trudeau as it is. Ontario, one of the highest provinces in Canada with the highest tax base. There's no way in the world that, look at all the homelessness over there in Canada. Look what's going on over there in poverty. It's starting getting worse. It ain't getting better. Can they afford to cut America off? Can they truly do that? I believe they can. And I put everything I love on it 10 toes down, though. I know what I'm talking about. They can't afford it. We don't need shit from Canada. We don't. We've been carrying them. We've been carrying them with this whole NAFTA disaster deal that Clinton drafted and implemented. We don't need shit from Canada, to be honest. We don't need shit from Mexico. You think we need produce from Mexico? No, because you know why? Because when the golden age happened, and it's coming, and I'm going to predict it's going to happen within the year, where you're going to start seeing an economy become better. Americans going to be America first. The American farmers is going to be back on top. You guys are the breadbasket. You guys are the ones, right, that provide the food and everything, the produce. And again, you guys will be back in the saddle. We're going to put a clamp on this factory farming BS stuff. We're going to get rid of the Food and Drug Administration and WHO and World Health Organization and all these other criminal organizations. We're going to get rid of them. It's already in the process of happening. Guarantee it. Mark my words. I said it now. I state my claim right now. I'm putting my claims in right now. It's going to happen. Ain't no if or maybe. It's going to happen. That's exactly what it is. Getting tired of this stuff, man. This is bullshit. This is BS. It's about time that somebody tell it like it is. Why not? We got to sit up in here from these small countries, the way that the Democrats had us set up. Well, we've been funding a lot of these countries, giving them aid, giving them resources, while the people here in America suffer. And this was a Democratic policy. This has been going on for 16 years. Where are my detractors now? Where are the Dems? Where are you? Because I will kick your behind in a debate. It ain't nothing that the Democratic jackass party with a donkey, you got a donkey, that says a whole lot right there. You have a jackass policy for a jackass people that follow a jackass agenda. How about that? How about that? No wonder the country is going to pot. Y'all trying to blame this shit on Trump? I don't think so. Only a jackass and a moron will believe that. See, I don't take my marching orders from no woman, let alone no black woman. I'm my own man. I'm my own person. I don't bow down and I don't kowtow. Right? I'll tell you the truth. Too bad we don't have enough black men in our community that feel that way. They got to take their orders from a woman in a skirt. Too bad we don't have enough stand-up people in general. White and other. It's sad, but it's the truth. Because we wouldn't be going through this stuff. We wouldn't be going through this stuff. Everything I'm saying is the truth. And this is all because of jackass Democratic failed policies. We don't need shit from these countries at all. We are self-sustaining. And to be honest with you, besides the Biden and Obama was the worst. The fallen messiah and the great deceiver, Obama. He was the one that set up this division, pushing LGBT, critical race theory, transgender agendas, ideologies. All this stuff came under him. This was where the problem started happening. If we want to identify it, if I'm going to put the finger of blame, though, I blame a lot of politicians and people that follow them. There's plenty of blame to go around. We had a failed policy for 16 years. We didn't achieve shit. We could have been a great nation. Outside of Trump, we was on our way. We was on our way. This is the failed policies that they have. It should have been America first. They don't have a clue. They are out of touch with the people. Everybody, 49 states voted for Trump. We won the House, we won the Senate and Supreme Court, as well as the popular vote. They said it never been done in the history before. He broke the history books, ladies and gentlemen. You realize that. The Dems lost. Your jackass movement lost. Your party lost. You are a loser. You are a loser. You have no agenda. Your party is broken. A party of racists, a party of anti-Americans, a party of failures that can push a LGBTQ community and elevate them up. Over 4% of them, and you mean to tell me they have more say-so than blacks and whites and everybody else, heterosexual. And you push a DEI higher agenda that people that are not even capable of doing the job. You had a vice president that was a DEI. She never was voted in. This is a, hello, would you like to be vice president? Why, sure. Same thing with the police, the fire chief and all of them. Look at that disaster out there in California. This is your best. Is these your elite? Are these your champions? Because if so, I definitely don't want to have nothing to do with the Democratic jackass party. It's a bunch of jackasses that's not making the right decisions, obviously. Because you deal with DEI, which means didn't earn it. We want people in there that are capable and qualified, where their merit and their medals have been tested, not off of gender base and color. This is not the way that it go. Where are my detractors at, by the way? Where are they? I don't see them. I don't hear from them. All I hear is crickets. Where are they at? Where they at? I don't even hear them. I'm over here waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. They know I'm live. You know, I never said I had a huge channel, but it's enough to make a little noise. You can't come down in here and talk to me. We can't talk about the immigrant policies. We can't talk about this stuff. They're just over here just, I don't know, man. It just don't make any sense to me. You know, a party of jackasses. That damn donkey. That's one thing about it, boy. Y'all got it right, man. You got it right. I would rather have an elephant than a damn jackass as a damn mascot. That's for damn sure. Because jackass policies get jackass results. This is exactly what it is. A bunch of feminine men, right, that take their directions and marching orders behind a woman. Ain't that right? Ain't that what a lot of these Democrats do? Eh? Liberals get all in their feelings and stuff like that, right? Kowtow and got to take their marching orders from women. Ain't that right? That's about right, right? That's about right. You know? Well, you better vote Democrat. You better not vote for Donald Trump. Ain't that right? That's what was going on in the black community. They try to shame the black men for voting for Donald Trump. Fuck you. You ain't running shit. Nobody scared of no damn woman. You know what I'm saying? I do what I want to do. I vote for what I want to vote. I don't kowtow and take my directions and marching orders from no woman at all. I do my own thing. That's the problem, right? They don't have no real stand-up men in their party either. Just look at the black community. Look at them. been voted for 60 years, still in poverty, right? Dilapidated neighborhoods, underserved, right? Disenfranchised. This is their policies, right? Come from a history of the Ku Klux Klan, Night Riders, right? Jim Crow, segregation, redlining, all this stuff was under the Democratic Party. They still vote for them. They vote for their destruction. I got to bang on them too. Everybody got to get it. Because they policies, they are also responsible. Just like you liberal whites are responsible, and you put the blacks and some of the rest of you guys and lump y'all all together, you all are responsible for this illegal problem, these illegal immigrants. Voting for Kamala Harris. You really thought this woman had the aptitude and the ability to beat Trump? No way in the world it was going to happen. Never. I've been known better than that. A woman that's scared to take interviews. A woman that's scared to do her debate on her own without having a big daddy man next to her, right? This is what y'all, this is your greatest, this is your champion. Huh. That's your champion. That's your black excellence and finest. Huh. That's all you got. Boy, this is sad, man. Sad day. But it's good. Well, we ain't got to worry about that no more, ladies and gentlemen, because we are all Americans. And it's about time for America first. We have the America first, man. And like I said, I'm going to keep banging on this type of issue because my thing is either you're going to either agree with me or disagree with me. And I'm really looking for my detractors right now because I have the energy and I'm looking for the smoke today. You know, you better take on these jackasses that's following the jackass party that don't have any answers or whatever like that. Your whole party been a racist from day one, and I can prove it. This is well before the Reconstruction period. You don't have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm talking about the people that serve and vote for on the left. A bunch of jackasses. That's the people that I'm talking about. These are the ones that are so ignorant that they just vote to be voting. And the Democrats ain't did shit for the blacks. Nothing at all. They voted for, do you really know who was in that civil rights bill? You thought it was just black folk. You got people in that civil rights bill that never went to the struggle, but they signed on it. They agreed on it. Wasn't even an original bill by Martin Luther King in the first place. And they signed on it. Hoodwinked and bamboozled again. They signed on it. This is just crazy. You should have been, what should have happened is simply this. You know, if you were talking about fixing things and for the betterment, you should have demanded better for the people that's on the blacks that's on the left. You should have demanded the party then to start to build infrastructures and businesses and opportunity things in the so-called black community. And that's what should have happened. Fuck a civil rights bill, that could have actually gone down too. But without having these other things in the place, and that's where they failed. They were just concerned about a civil rights bill. And you know what the Democrats started doing? They started investing on immigrants even then. Just look at why you think we got all these Arabs over here. If you look in the 70s, in the late 60s, there was a boatload and a shitload of Arabs coming over here. You know what they did? They started buying up all those businesses, black businesses too, in these inner cities, especially Detroit. We have the largest amount of Middle Eastern people here in America, right? And what ended up happening is that they have bought every supermarket, every party store, right? Every gas station and all the rest of them, right? You look at your dollar store, all of them is controlled by them. All of them. And I never would have thought some people could be so damn dumb, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, and they just vote with the D next to their name. They don't even try to champion or try to push any type of reform or any type of policies that will benefit us. It's always about other people overlooking us. And now, I mean, with the deportation, you got stupid blacks talking about, well, yeah, I'm against immigration. I'm an immigrant myself. No, you ain't no immigrant yourself. You were already here. This is why the 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, 13th Amendment, 14th and 15th, those were originally designed for black folks originally. Some of them have been ratified, but I'm just saying. Those were policies that was written into the Constitution, really for us, not for them, for us. I ain't never heard no Mexican slave in slavery. We were already here. We went through that struggle. They didn't. They don't get a chance to. They haven't earned that right. We Americans now. So that's what I'm saying in regards to that. No, I'm not going to jump on a policy. That's another failed policy. They have been destroying America. A race to the bottom economy, right? Because why pay us Americans? Well, yeah, Americans don't want to work. Everybody that's American want to work. But if the Mexicans are going in there and working and all the rest of them, these illegals at McDonald's working, making less, because they know they can pay them less. They know they can pay them less. And that's a lot of money to some of them compared to being over in Mexico some damn where. Guatemala, right? El Salvador, right? All these other places, right? This is the problem. We don't need illegal migration here. These are criminals. What we should be standing on is America's first. This is going on here. That's what I'm saying. I'm looking for my detractors. Where are they? Where are they? So they can go ahead and get some of this realization. You know what I'm saying? Get this 2-piece or a 3-piece, verbally that is. This is bull crap. This is bull. America first. It's going to be Americans first. America first. It's always going to be America first. Get used to it. You foreigners are gone. You legal immigrants, you legal. Y'all are illegal. Like 2 left shoes. Wrong, wrong, wrong. You got to roll up on out of here. And I am never going to be sympathetic to your cause. I'm only sympathetic to the American cause. That's all I care about. The red, white, and blue. That's the only flag I want to be flown. We ain't gonna be no other flags flown over here. We ain't gonna tolerate no LGBTQ flag. We sure ain't gonna tolerate your flag either. I don't want to see no Iraqi flag, no Mexican flag, right? No Turkish flag, right? I don't want to see any of those flags. Only flag that should be flown full mast, half mast is the American flag. Straight like that. You want to fly your flag, go back in your country and fly your flag. You in America now. This ain't Turkish America. You are America, right? This ain't Mexico. This is America first. And you got to respect the land of the law here. I want to see an American flag on your property. I don't want to see the flag of your country. You go to your country and fly your flag. But you're going to respect the laws here. That's another reason why we want to ship them up on out of here, because they don't respect our laws. They don't pay into our taxes. They don't respect our laws. They think they just have autonomy here to be able to do whatever hell they want. They sure don't. We're not going to allow you to go willy-nilly like you did over there in UK and these other places. We ain't going to turn into no terrorist regime. We ain't going to allow it to happen. Sorry, we ain't going to do it. We are not going to do it. No, we are not going to do it. This is exactly what it is. This is fire over here. I'm talking about the American flag is the only flag that should be flown. If you don't like it, you can get the hell on out of here. Don't let Tom Homan catch up with you and ICE. Because really, you don't have a lot of leverage right now. And anybody that ain't standing with the America is anti-American. And I'm going to call you that right now. Anybody that don't stand with American traditions, the Constitution, you are anti-American. Government should be watching anti-American people. They already are now that there's a new administration in office. So I'll tread very lightly of what you say right now. If it ain't about America and you got something negative to say, you're being watched. Straight like that. It's going to be all or nothing. You can't go anywhere else. You got it better here. If you don't like it in America, leave. Leave. That's the thing. That's just the way it is. Leave. Make like a branch and leave. Or a tree. Just that simple. You know? So red, white, and blue. That's all I care about. The American anthem. Good old American values. Good old, we're tolerant of other religions. But you're going to be respectful. You ain't going to force nothing because, again, this is a predominantly Christian nation here. Now, America is tolerant of religion, but you're not going to superimpose and force. Now, you became an American citizen. Think about that. So that means that you have to follow the American way. If not, you can be shipped out. You can roll out. Just that simple. Just that simple. This is going to be a zero policy tolerance, zero tolerant policy. As far as these illegals being rolled on out of here, zero tolerance. I have zero tolerance. Ain't no, let me explain. Oh, I'm sorry. Could we work it out? Ain't none of that type of stuff. I'm very firm when I say this. Any illegal that's in this country right now, you have two choices. You can either self-deport right now, or you can wait for ICE to come and get you. They're going to get you on a job. They can get you at home. They can get you in between. Nowhere you can go and hide. They already have your information already. They are going to come and they're going to get you and your family. If they do it, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be an embarrassment on your family. They coming in, they're going to ram in the door. They're going to come in there. They catch you in the car, they're going to break your windshield to get you. You don't have the Constitution. I'm telling you like what is going to happen. And you may as well, you know what I'm saying? Because again, you have no rights. You have more rights in your country. This is not your country. Until you are a citizen, until you are sworn in, until you have taken the oath, until you have been vetted, you have no rights, sir or ma'am. Knock it off. Stop allowing these liberals, right, that geek your head up and think that, oh yeah, that you got a right to be here in America. You do not have a right here, sir or ma'am, until you have gone through the right pathway of citizenship. And that's why citizenship have to change. We only want the smart and the bright people. We are tired of their low trash filth in our country. What's the benefit? No more refugees. Refugees will be in Mexico. Waiting process, not in America no more. This would not be the holding place for refugees. You would go there in Mexico till they decide on if you are qualified to be here in America or not. Because there's a lot of vetting and other things. We have to determine, are you a criminal? We got to call back your government over where you are coming from. We have to check you out. We have to decide, are you the person? Are you who you say you are? This is what should have happened in the first place, but it didn't. Because the Democrats, we know why they're really doing it, because they needed the voter block. They needed a bunch of illegals. Promise, as long as you vote Democrat, you can come into a country and be an American. They played y'all. Every foreigner, the Democratic Party played y'all. You know you were promised to vote Democrat. Stop lying. Stop holding out. You know you were. That was the only criteria. And they set you up off of taxpayer dollars. This is absolutely correct and true. And I'm not afraid to admit it. You know, I'm not afraid to admit it. This is exactly what ended up happening. And we're tired of the BS. We're tired of the bull. We're tired of it. So this is why we voted for Trump. I'm giving you reasons as to why I voted, because he was going to carry out a mandate to get the illegals out of the country. That's what we're tired of them running amok. I want the fear. And I got that hotline number. I suggest that you guys get the hotline number. Let me see if I can give you the hotline number. Do the right thing as an American. Hotline, let me see here. Hotline tip number for ICE. Let's take a look at it here. Okay. U.S. Immigration. Okay, here it is right here. ICE tip line. Here it is right here. We'll go ahead and put this up. Post this up. This is the ICE tip line right here. Yep. All you got to do is call this line, call this number right here. If there's any illegal, I'm going to put it in the room right here. Yep, that's the tip hotline number right here. If there's any illegals, right, that's in our country illegally, all you got to do is call that number. And I will be using that number between tonight and tomorrow because I got some work to do in my area too, right? Because I'm snitching and I'm telling. Straight like that. I'm snitching and telling, right? I don't owe them nothing. Right? Let's go ahead and put that up. I'm going to put that as a ticker. Wait a minute. Let me show this here. Because I want people to be able to see. Right? I'm going to make sure. Ooh, wait a minute. That's some random. Oh, I hit it in the wrong one. Okay, show here. Okay, there it is. So that's the tip hotline number, ladies and gentlemen. You be sure to do your American citizen duty. Jot that number down. That is the number for ICE. We're calling on the Americans right now. All you have to do is call that number and do the right thing. If you know any illegals that are in your area, in your neighborhood, going to work, whatever, call that number. That's all you need to do. You could be anonymous. All you got to do is call the number right now. Call the number. Do the right thing and call the number. Do the right thing and call that number. That's all you need to do. And then they'll put them on the list from where to go. Call the number. ICE, tip line, contact it. Get it done. Get it done. Call that number. Write it down. Call the number. If you want America, you want the country back, do the right thing. Call the tip hotline number for ICE. Let your voice be heard. It's time to do your American civil duty. We wanted to go back to the way it was. We don't need all these illegals over here in this country. We don't. Call that number. I'm going to be calling as well. I'm going to be calling the number every time. It's on my speed dial phone number too. Matter of fact, yeah, I'm going to plug it in. I ain't worried about it. So that number right there, they made it even easier. Right? 866-DHX, right? DHS -2 ICE. Give them a call. ICE baby. Yep. ICE baby. Yep. That's what we're going to need though, you know. We're going to need ICE to come up in there and start rounding up these illegals. And they're going to be driven out of here. This is what we're talking about. I want ICE. I want ICE. Not the drug, but I want the ICE agents. I want the military. I want both. The resistance is not going to be a thing. Just let it happen. When ICE run up on you, just let it happen. Do not resist. Do not resist arrest. Do not run from ICE. Do not run because you already are a criminal. It's just going to make it worse. The agents are going to come up on you. Don't try to fight with ICE. It's too many of them. Just give up. You know you were wrong. You've been already warned. You have to give up this pursuit. You have to be rounded up and be held in a detention center waiting to be extradited back to your country of origin. It's just that simple. Just get on board with it, accept it for what it really is. You have to be on board with it. You have to accept it. That's not you have to be on board with it. I'm talking about the citizens in America. Don't allow the Democratic Party to punk you out, because we already know there are spineless, jellyfish, coward, jackass movement. They are the reason that we're in this situation in the first place. Let's keep it real. If they would have had to stand up policies and say nay to illegal integration or immigration, here's the thing about it. Because they were concerned about losing in the future voting thing, right? So that's why they did it, because they knew that they wanted to make sure that they had a voter block in the future. So they figured by investing in these illegal immigrants, not even citizens, a lot of them can't even speak English. If it wasn't for the fact of Kamala Harris not pushing for ID voter registration, she wouldn't have got nothing. Illinois was a given because, again, Illinois didn't require any type of ID voter registration. It's going to be real about it. Oregon, all these sanctuary states, that's the only reason that she ended up winning. That's why we want to do away with that. We have changed the voting ways of voting policies. There'll be no longer everybody going to be required to have ID when they vote. They even had that's why it ended up happening. You got illegal criminal immigrants voting in our voting process. That should have never happened, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me why that happened. Tell me why. That ended up happening. They allow illegals to not only vote. We got this Toure dude. You know, this guy is an illegal. He should be practicing attorney. He should not be an attorney at all. The guy out of New York. He should not be an attorney. Toure need to be in his country, not over here under some DACA stuff. DACA is not a legal form of being a citizen. You have to go through the right pathway of citizenship. Sorry, just how it is. We got rid of DACA. DACA is not a citizen. We want the people to come over here, right pathway of citizenship. Stop making it sound like I don't want foreigners over here at all. It's not the case. I said the right pathway of citizenship. They must be vetted, and it has to be a process, because a lot of people have children. We don't want criminals in our neighborhoods. We don't want serial rapists and child sex traffickers and all the rest of them. We don't want those type of people in our communities. We want our communities to be safe, wholesome, family oriented. That's what we want. We want that. We want freedom, liberty, as well as a pursuit of happiness. This is what we deserve, and this is what we want, and this is what we're going to get. We are tired and sick and tired of this administration. The Democratic administration have rent willy-nilly long enough on the American people. And we are saying to the middle finger, F you, and we are not going for it no more. And I know I talked enough about this on this topic, but this was done purposely to show you what has been going on. And I just wanted to play it because I'm going to have the ladies on my channel. What's her name? Jessica Jackson. I'm going to have her, as well as what's her name? Danny. I'm going to have Danny C. I'm going to have her on there. And they are in Chicago. And these are Black women that have been born and raised in Chicago. These are American citizens. And they would tell you in their own words what the city government has done with the mayor, Brandon Johnson, the alderman, as well as the governor. What have they been stealing their neighbor? They've been stealing their actual homes, right? They've been doing a real estate scam on them, taking their properties away from them, right? This is what they did. They effed over the people of Chicago. Do you realize that the Chicago is a red city now? All those black citizens are voting for Trump. This is another lunacy of the low-down liberal left. It was almost as if they didn't care anymore. They care more about the illegals over there, right? And as well as they're going to make sure they're going to try to make Brandon Johnson, the mayor, a one-term mayor of the mayor of Chicago, as they need to, they should, because he ain't been nothing but a sellout in Chicago. All the way up into that Governor Pritzker, all of them are crooked and criminal. I've been talked about that. Look at that stupid mayor that they had to get out of there. What's her name? Tiffany Haddish or whatever. Not Haddish, but Hayard. Tiffany Hayard, right? The mayor over there at of Dolph, Illinois, over there, right? Look at her stupid butt. Embezzlement, $3.5 million embezzlement for the over there in Illinois, over there, the city over there in Illinois. We have what they call dumb idiot leadership. Failed policies over and over and over, especially from the left.
Problem is that our leaders are dumb.
Just straight like that. Trump had it right again. Our problem is it's just dumb leadership. The leadership in Illinois, especially Chicago, is dumb. Dumb.
Problem is that our leaders are dumb.
Dummies over there. At least the people over there in Chicago is waking up. They already woken up. All of them are damn. The majority of them are conservative, Republican, MAGA Republicans. And this was created by the failed Democratic policies in Chicago. They sold them out, turned their backs on them, cast them out. And they voted in laws not to talk about it no more, which is also unconstitutional. Because we already know that the liberal left do not like the Constitution. This was a history of racism. They had a racist party. They never gave a damn about no damn body. It was always exclusion when it come down to dealing with Democrats. They have a history of it. Just look at my community and many others and things like that they have destroyed across the United States. Nothing good can come from a Democrat at all. Nothing. These are still the same Democrat parties. We're still dealing with the same type of people that we have to deal with back in the Civil War era. Same people, same issues. They just changed up some of the practices of what they did. No, they don't have to walk around with no white uniform robe on no more. The practices are still the same, though. They just have a better way and a different way of dealing with things. That's all. They are very sneaky in things with their policies. That's why you got to read everything before just signing off on something, because you don't know what you're signing off on. And you would figure that the people in Congress would be smarter than that, but they're not. They've been doing this for years. I don't like them. I don't trust them. And I'm expecting you to do the right thing as well. Use that tip hotline. That one that I have right now, the one that's flashing across, scrolling across, copy that number down. Do your American role in your civil duty. If you see an illegal at a car wash, gas station, McDonald's, wherever it is, call that hotline. You have to be let know. I'll be using that hotline quite a bit. Call them up. Let them know. You can stay and remain anonymous. Because when ICE come for them, it's going to be when they least expect it. And that's what I've been doing, pushing that message. We're going to get you out of here. We want you out of the country because you shouldn't have been here in the first place. Call that number and get it done. Call the number. Get it done. Especially if you're in Chicago. If you're in Chicago, my Chicago people, call the number. New York, call the number. Maryland, call the number. Call the number. You don't have to be a sanctuary city or not. It don't matter. Call the number. Call them. Call them. ICE tip line. Call them. Call them right now. All you got to do is call. Call the tip hotline number, and they'll come out and handle the rest. We're going to make sure we're going to have order here in America again. We're going to have freedom here again. We're going to have liberty here again. We're going to have the pursuit of happiness once again. And we don't want no illegals taking or enjoying the splendor of our hard work and labor. They don't get that opportunity. You don't deserve that right. You don't deserve nothing but being back in your own country. That's what you deserve. As far as I'm concerned, each and every one of you that's here illegally are a criminal, and you're breaking the law each and every time. Call that number, that tip hotline, and I'm going to be posting it up in other rooms too. Tip hotline for ICE. You should all have it saved in your phones. Because all I'm going to do is call up. This is about national security. This is what this is about, ladies and gentlemen. This is a matter of national security. This is exactly what it is. I got to sound the alarm because it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is national security. National security, ladies and gentlemen. This is all about national security. We have to protect our own. We have to protect our own. We have to protect our own, ladies and gentlemen. We have to protect our own. This is about national security. We have to protect our own at home. You have to get on board with it. Stop wrestling with your conscience. This is the right thing. Dial up ICE. Call that number. Make the call today. Many of you know where these illegals are working at. People that are harvesting illegals. Go to the motels and hotels. I know where a lot of them are because I'm an Uber driver. Pick a lot of them up. I got the tip hotline number. I smile in their face and tip hotline them when they get out of the car. We have to put an end to this, ladies and gentlemen. This must end. This illegal immigration must end now. It must end. It must end, ladies and gentlemen. It has to. It must end. No more talk. No more negotiating. No more what you see and, oh, no, can you make an exception? No, you got to go back. I'm sorry. Nada. You have to go back. No. No. You got to go back. I'm going to get that sound bite too from Consuelo off of Family Guy. I'm sorry, but you got to go back. I'm sorry, you got to go back home. You can't stay here. You can't stay here. Each and every time an illegal crosses that border and enter into our country, it costs us a lot of money because it's off of the taxpayer's dollar. This is why the inflation has gone up so tremendously high as well. We cannot sustain taking care of illegals that do not pay into our tax structure. Talking about they pay taxes, they don't. They never have to worry about the IRS. They are what we call undocumented immigrants that has been allowed to come in our country. Just because you've been allowed to come over here does not make you a citizen. No one can promise you to be a citizen here. They lied to you. The Democratic Party lied. They are not in power no more. This is a new regime. That's why you got to go. Sorry, but I'm not. But you got to go. I don't care where you go. As long as you roll up out of America, that's all I care about. You have to go. I am not sympathetic to your needs, your children, or any of that stuff. You are here illegally. You must go. You have to go. Sorry, you got to go. And we're going to get you up on out of here one way or the other. Because we don't bargain with criminals and we don't negotiate with criminals. This is an all or nothing. That's why it's called a zero tolerance policy. Zero tolerance. This is the law. Trump have to carry out the mandate, ladies and gentlemen. We have given him a mandate to execute the exodus of these illegals. It's called deportation by the mass load. No birthright citizenship, no DACA. You have to go. You are not wanted here and you are not welcome here. We don't welcome criminals into our country. Until you have gone through the right pathway of citizenship, you do not deserve to be here in America. Sorry. Sorry. So this is exactly what it is. And I'm going to keep talking out on this. And when it goes down, I would love to do the night. I want to do the ride outs with them, you know, and be able to have it all recorded at the same time. I would get great excitement of doing this because they should have never been here in the first place. This is what I'll be telling them. How are you going to be in a country and can't speak English? There's no way in the reason world. I want them to remove that prompt. For Spanish, press 2. I want them to say, habla español. I want them to remove that. The only language that should be spoke here is English. No provisions. No provisions. It's going to be English, and you're going to learn English, and that should be one of the requirements of coming to America. How fluent of English you are, and also if you science, technology, engineering, and math. These are the stipulations of any people trying to come into America. We only want your best, and we want you to be able to know how to speak English. You should have a certain amount of vocabulary of speaking English, not Spanish first. We are tired of that. I'm tired of hearing when I call American companies for Spanish, press 2. But in a minute, they're going to have for Arabic, press 3. No, we're not doing that. We're not rolling those games. We're not rolling that stuff. And this is for you Arabs too. You're going to be English, and you better have some type of STEM, because I'm going to be calling in my area. I'm going to be calling them. Don't think I won't. I want ICE up in here, and they got to carry out a mandate. It's going to be a mass deportation. It ain't just Mexican people. Don't think I'm just talking about you guys. I'm not talking about just Mexicans. No. I want the illegal Chinese out of here. I want the CCP out of here, right? I want a lot of illegal Arabs out of here. I want a lot of illegal Africans out of here. I don't discriminate. I got a whole list of y'all, man, because you shouldn't have been in this country in the first place. So I want to make this be clear that I'm not talking about people just south of the border. I want illegal Indians out of here, East Indians. If any of y'all over here illegal, I want you out. And you will be out, because I'm calling that tip hotline number. Because especially what's going to be a dead giveaway, because you know a lot of them can't really speak English that well either. You shouldn't be over here. You should not be here. It's going to be English and the American flag. You understand? Ain't going to be your flag and your language. You speak that, you speak it at home. You're around Americans, everybody's speaking English. Because I'm calling the tip line now. You know what I'm saying? This is exactly what is going to happen. See, I'm not afraid, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you the truth. You think I'm sympathetic to this situation? I'm not. What am I getting out of it? Why should we? What I'm getting out of this, you know what I'm getting out of this? It's having a free America again, with liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Where we can bring Christmas back, right? Don't you like to have that word set of Xmas and seasons greetings? Should be Merry Christmas. You know, we ain't gonna allow these foreigners coming over here telling us what we can and can't say on no religion and all this other kind of stuff. You ain't gonna do it. You're free to practice your religion and things like that when you become a citizen. I'm just saying, you know. So other than that, though, it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen, though, because I know I'm about to get ready to go to work in a minute, but I'm happy that people were able to check it out. I already share what's going on in Chicago. I'm going to have Jessica Jackson on my panel, and you're going to hear her explain what is going on in the Chicago, Illinois, from Brandon Johnson as the mayor, the alderman, the governor, Pritzker. She's going to go down through there, how the Democrats, how they have allowed those to steal these black people's family homes that been in there. Some of them have inherited houses, and how they've been tricked out and conned out of their own homes and stuff, to given to these illegals. That's why I go hardcore on this topic like this, because like I said before, American people, ladies and gentlemen, America first. And I'm going to have her on the show. I did a reaction with her video. She know about it. It's cool, because that's what I've been doing, is setting up networks with other people talking about this same situation. And I want her to share in her own words. And she's articulate enough. She's been on TV. She actually met Tom Homan. Tom Homan have visited Chicago, as you already know by now. So I want her in her own words to tell you guys what has been going on in Chicago, Illinois, and things. So, and I want to be able to set up a good time to be able to talk to her, so we can be able to sync our watches up and for each other. So therefore she can come on here and share what she has to say. And she has a lot to say. In fact, I'm just going to give her the floor and things and let her tell you guys what is going on in Chicago. Chicago ain't but 4 hours away from me. It really is. And I want to be able to do the night rides and the ride outs with ICE. Man, I would love that. So you foreigners that are over here illegal, your days are being numbered. So I want you guys to copy that number down. That's the ICE tip line, that 866 number. Put that in your phone. All you got to do is call. All you got to do is make the call. Make the call. So do your American duty, your civil duty. Contact ICE. Let it be known. Let your voice be known. And then therefore they'll go in and document it. Because I believe the first stop is Chicago. That's going to be their very first stop. And whatever they got going on in Chicago, I shared that earlier. They try to set up some type of mandate to stop ICE from coming over there. It's not going to work. ICE has already been activated to go. They can't stop it, ladies and gentlemen. And I want you illegals to understand what I'm saying. You know somebody, a family member that is an illegal? It ain't me that you should be fighting with. You should be trying to make some decisions and self-deport yourself now. Save yourself the embarrassment and the frustration and the hurt, and just go ahead and roll out now while you still can. That'd be my only advice that I would give for any illegal that's here in America. Illegally. And you fake protesters, and all the rest of that stuff, all you're going to end up doing is making an embarrassment fool of yourselves as well. You're just going to be arrested. Just like before. Carried off into the paddy wagon. Locked up in handcuffs. You screaming, hollering, and shouting. That's what they're going to end up doing. Is it worth it? They care more about illegals than their own damn country. This is the madness about the left that I don't like. It's just lunacy. It's their failed policies while we in a situation now, failed economy, right? Failed economy straight off the back. Got all kind of illegals in this damn country that's being treated better than American citizens. And they still over here talking about free illegals and give them a voice and want to protect them. They care about everything but their own. Screaming how you guys, how the white man is so bad. The white man is the cause of all our problems. You know what I'm saying? I got a friend of mine right now that's a conservative. His daughter is a liberal. It's hurting for him to have to hear his daughter denounce her own father. That's a white man that took care of her. She white too. But this is that critical race theory crap that they've been feeding those kids in school that make their damn white man fathers as the enemy. Make it sound like every last one of them was slave owners, which they wasn't. This is the lunacy. This is the craziness that's coming from them. You know what I'm saying? This is just absolutely ridiculous. And some of you guys know what I'm talking about. Because I had a conversation with them. And I met many other guys that they daughters, liberal and all, in these liberal training camps that teach them to hate their own father. You know, we get it too. Being a strong, masculine man, oh, that's toxic, male toxicity. Being overran by a whole bunch of feminine bitches. You know what I'm saying? This is the problem. This is anti-American in my opinion. It truly is. It truly is. All it does is divide people. We're being divided, ladies and gentlemen. If it ain't by stupid ideologies, then they had to go ahead and throw in this illegal migration thing. That's what they're trying to divide us even more. But we put a stop to it. We're not going to go down like the UK and Germany and some of these other countries. We ain't going to end up like Canada. No way, Jose. You hear me, Jose? No way, Jose. No way, Jose. We're not doing it. Nice try, Jose, but we're not falling for it. No. No. Like we didn't fall for the Diddy, we're not falling for the Jose's either. No. And all the rest of them. We're not going to do it. Ahmed, we're not falling for it. We are not falling for it. Sanjay, we are not falling for it. You hear me? We are not falling for it. Yeah. Mr. Wong, we are not falling for it. No, we're not. Mr. Wong, we're not. It's wrong, Mr. Wong. Wrong, Mr. Wong. Wrong, Mr. Wong. We are not falling for it at all. We are not falling for it. Nope. Sorry. 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 Mr. Wong. We're not falling for it. Sorry. So yeah, so I think I done talked enough about this topic, but it's like it's not even enough to talk about because it's like more and more and more to really be said, really to the detractors, not to the people that really agree with this. But the best that you guys can do is to take a hold of that hotline number that you see scrolling around at the bottom. You need to call that number and do your civil duty. Contact them and call them up. Everybody know where an illegal is by now. You know, we are not going to give them no more privileges in America. They should never had these privileges in the first place. Now they act like they're entitled for being here now. Ain't that something? Boy, I tell you, man, you ain't entitled for no type of privileges until you have been vetted and become American citizen. We don't want you here illegally. We want you to be here legally, not illegal. Sorry. Sorry. And I feel good about saying it. I'm gonna get my boy Ria's twins on here too. He goes harder core than I do on the immigration part. If you feel me, Real's twin, man, I'll just share a little bit. Hold on for a minute. Let me see here. Cause yeah, I moderate on his channel too. You know what I'm saying? He has way more haters than I do, man. This guy here has a ton of haters, man. And I don't mind booting him down and blocking him or whatever though. And he has a ton of haters. You know, so guys, check his channel out too. When you get a chance though, too. You know. Yep. But yeah. Yep. So that's the thing about it. Hold on for a minute. I'm just gonna play this a little bit. Because we on the same
This home
page.
service business website feels illegal to know about.
We on the same
It's
page.
like a
We
marketing
get him over
agency,
here or I go on his
ChatGPT,
channel, whichever,
Google
it don't
ads,
matter.
and Meta ads all had
Yep,
an AI
we'll do the same thing,
Hey,
collaboration
what's
together.
up, everyone? How we doing? We love back again. We are live in the building. And I'm telling you, 7 days. 7 days. And Trump is going to be back in office. Trump is going to be back in office in 7 days. We are going to witness the greatest comeback in American history. We're going to witness the greatest comeback in American history.
I think he's kind of going over his notes a little bit. Hold on for a minute. Just move this up a little bit.
Tell you right now.
All right, there we go.
All of these immigrants are going to be deported. They all are going to be deported from this country. And we must deport them now. We must deport them now. You know, they have been destroying our country. They're ruining the blood of our country. They're ruining the blood of our country. You know, we should be a nation of law and order, not a nation of open borders, not a nation of unchecked crime. Crime is out of control. They say crime is down, but crime is way up. I don't know what these people talking about, but crime is way up. Crime is way up. So, you know, anybody want to come up and talk to me, you're welcome to come up. I'll put the link in the chat. You know, I'll put the link in the chat. All you gotta do is click the link, and if you're saying something of value, I'll let you go. But I am not going to allow any stupidity on
He
my
get a lot of
platform.
haters though too
You know
on
what
his
I'm saying?
channel though.
President
so that's
Trump
why.
is coming back in 7 days, and I'm going to be at the inauguration, Lord's willing. I'm going to be having a wonderful time at the inauguration. I'm going to see all my MAGA family. I'm going to see my people,
Going, baby.
the people that love this country, because President Trump is the greatest president in history of this country. He is the greatest president in the history of this country. And I'm telling you right now, I want my president back in office, and I want him back immediately. I want
that's right.
President
Amen.
Trump back immediately.
Immediately.
We must get President Trump back in office.
Now.
And I can't wait, because President Trump is a colorblind president.
Colorblind.
President Trump doesn't see any color.
No color.
All he sees is Americans. And that's what I love about him. All President Trump sees is God-fearing Americans. You know? And that's why I can't wait till President Trump comes back in office, and he's going to make this country great again. Make no mistake about it. I love my president. And ain't nobody going to tell me that President Trump is a racist, because President Trump doesn't have a racist bone in his body.
No, he don't.
He cares about people that look like me. He has a history of helping people like me.
He sure does. We know that already.
And we're going to put some respect on President Trump's name.
Gonna put some
We're
respect
going
on
to
it.
put some respect on his name. And this, when you come in this live, you're going to respect President Trump, or you're going to get kicked out. You know? You're going to be kicked out. Kicked out. I'm not going to tolerate any disrespect. Any disrespect on my president. It's not going down. It is not going down. President Trump has put everything on the line for the American people.
No offense.
But if you're paying more
Commercial.
than
Hold on for a minute.
$30 per month on car insurance, you're getting ripped off. Guys, so
everything on the line for the American people. And I stand with President Trump to make America great again. And that's why I say we gotta put some respect on President Trump's name. We gotta put some respect on that man's name. Tap the screen, share the live, y'all. Trump 2050, that's right. Trump 2050. Y'all gonna respect my president. Y'all gonna respect President Trump. Y'all are going to respect him because he's going to unleash the greatest mass deportation policy in American history. Once again, we are going to have secure borders. Once again, we are going to have secure borders. We're going to make this country great. And I'm telling you right now, we ain't accepting nothing less. We voted for President Trump. We voted for President Trump to be our president once again. And I'm telling you, President Trump is doing a terrific job and he's not even in office. He's doing a terrific job and he's not even in office. Imagine when he gets in office. Imagine when he gets in office. Imagine the greatest job that he's going to do when he gets in office. You know, I can imagine what he's going to do when he gets in office. I'm telling you right now, President Trump is the greatest president in American history, hands down. Hands down. He's the greatest president in American history. And I'm going to stand on that. I'm going to stand on President Trump because President Trump stands on business. See, President Trump stands on business. And I respect a man that stands on business. If you're a thoroughbred man, you know that man stands on business. If you thoroughbred, you know he stands on business. 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 You know? And I love President Trump, and we're going to make America great again. We're going to make America the strongest country that it once was. And I'm talking about we're going back to the country that was respected. This country used to be respected. And I'm so glad that we don't have a president like Joe Biden anymore. Joe Biden gave us 4 treacherous years. We had the worst vice president, the worst president in American history. And I thank you, President Trump, for taking this country back. I thank you. You couldn't have did it without all of the support from Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia. We smoked the Democrats in all 7 swing states. We did it. We, the American people, stood up against the establishment, stood up against the woke Democrats. We stood up in the face of the deep state. And we took our country back. We took our country back. Baby, we winning. All we know how to do is win. That's all we know how to do is win. All we know how to do is win. You know, ladies and gentlemen, we love you. Thank you for contributing to my Cash App. Thank you so much for contributing to the Cash App. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate you so much. Hold on, we got my beautiful, now this is the real beautiful Hillary. Hillary, come up. Hillary, come up. Are you here? I see you in a box. Hold on. I'm bringing my guest up.
I was trying to join this live a few nights ago.
Yeah, we
Had a problem with
gotta
the
make
link.
America
with
great
his link.
again. We gotta take this country back. Our country was ran by insane people. Insane people. I mean, these people were out of their mind.
Everything he's saying, I'm 100% on point with it. 100%. And we're going to be doing future collaborations together too. So therefore,
Thank
you
you for
guys will be able to
contributing
know.
to the Cash App.
So therefore, you guys will be able to know what's up. Because this is about saving the country. But I just want to share a little bit with him as well. You see his hat says, "Make America pro-life again." It's a beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful thing. So we are, and we have been taking the country back, giving great pushback against the Democrats.
So I'm telling you, we got to get our country back. We got to get the country back because what is going on right now, you know, they're destroying our country. They're trying to wreck Trump presidency. They're trying to use President Trump. They're trying to use him. They're trying to use him. You know, and I'm telling you right now, we are not going to stand for it. We are not going to stand for this. President Trump is going to make this country great again. President Trump is going to make this country great again. All my Trump supporters, we love you. All my Trump supporters, we love you. We love you, we love you, we love you. We're going to have a great time. I can't wait to meet my extended MAGA family. I can't wait to meet my family. MAGA is my family. MAGA is like family. When I'll be at that inauguration, we family. We don't see any color. All we see is hard-working Americans. That's all we see. Hard-working Americans. That's all we see. We don't see any color. We are colorblind. We're colorblind. We believe in being a free thinker.
Looking for a promising career in IT? Did you know that IT positions will grow by 33% during this decade? And that right now, cybersecurity and network engineer salaries double the national median earners of workers across all industries in the US? If you're serious about a career in the tech field and want to
an independent thinker. We not like these group thinks. We not like these plantation folk. We left the Democrat plantation because we want it better for our country. We want it better for our generation. And we want it better for the American people. We want better for the American people. And we stand with the American people. We stand with President Trump as the 47th president of the United States of America. We will make America safe again. Once again, we're going to deport all of these border crosses that was let in under the Biden administration. They all going home. They're all going home. Ice, ice baby is coming. Ice, ice baby is coming. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. We're going to sit ice on them. We're going to sick ice on them. Ice, ice, they going home. They going home. Those illegal border crossers is getting out of our country. They going home. They going home because we don't want them in our country. They're going home. We're going to get all our jobs back. We're going to get our housing back. We're going to get our resources back because we're going to have the greatest mass deportation policy in American history. Y'all like the stream. Hit the like button, y'all. I need my likes up. We gotta get the likes up. Let's get the likes up, folks. Let's get the likes up. Thank y'all for hitting the Cash App. Thank you for hitting the Cash App. Appreciate you. And we want to thank you for contributing to my live stream. We love all of our Trump supporters. We love you. We love you so much because we came together and we removed Joe Biden and Kamala out of office. You did that. You people did that. You people made this country so great. You people, we, the American people, spoke. We sent a mandate to save this country. We took our country back, and we stand on the American values that is instilled, ingrained in the American culture, that we need common sense. We are going to end this DEI woke ideology. We're going to have the men's room and the ladies' room. We're going to have things back in order. We're going to get men out of women's sports, men out of women protected spaces. We're going to save our children. We're going to make America pro-life again. That's what we're going to do, American people. Let's go. Give us a round of applause for 47th President Donald J. Trump coming back in 7 days. 7 days. We're going to do our Trump dance, our YMCA. We're going to be doing YMCA on January 20th. YMCA. YMCA. Because Trump is coming. January 20th. This was a win for our innocent babies. This was a win for those babies that are being slaughtered in the womb at Planned Parenthood, at these abortion clinics. It was a win for the babies. The babies won when Trump won. We are going to save more babies under the Trump presidency. We are going to get more pro-life laws passed. We're going to have strict pro-life laws in this country. We're going to tell the mothers, no, 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 no. That's what's going to happen. We're going to save our babies in the womb. Can we at least save the babies in the womb?
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, you have heard from Brother Real's twins. So I wanted to share his content because he has great content as well too. A lot similar and things. So hopefully I'll see him at the inauguration. But yeah, so it's one of those type of things. Talking about this, I think I talked enough. Do the right thing. Write down this number for the tip hotline number because you're going to need it. They're going to be rounding them up. So he has, 3 months to carry out this task to my Tom Homan. He said 6 months, but Trump gave him 3 months to get it done. So I thank you guys for rocking out with me. You guys have been great. I really appreciate stuff that I say, present party not included. You guys, Sherry, as well as Omega, John, you guys, present party not included. You guys know that. And things like that. 1000 RR, Billy Sharp, ladies and gentlemen, staying sharp with Billy Sharp. And who else am I not missing here? Wallflower, Big Kahuna. Miss you guys, man. You guys ain't been on my live in a while. and things. I believe Wallflower is in Canada and things, but I really would like to have talk with Wallflower again and things about this, possibility of Canada being part of the United States. I would like to have talk with him as well. Then we got the beautiful Sherry with her beautiful harp music, and things like that. So, and then for the fellas, you guys already have your own sound. I try to make sure everybody got their own. Giving shouts out for all of the guys that I mentioned, though. Let me do it again. Yeah. So there that is, though, and Sherry once again. Yeah, Sherry and her animals, just chilling with her animals. That's cool, So nothing wrong with it and things. Those cows and sheep and horses got to be taken care of, John and his calf as well too, Yeah, because every time I think about it though, for with them and stuff like that, we got those cow. Let me see here. Let me see the cows. Before I go, I like to do a big contribution to them, they work so hard and they enjoy being farmers and stuff like that. Look at this. Only a face a cow mother can love, right? Yeah. This is a shout out for Sherry there. There we go. Yes, look at that. Hold on for a minute. Let me do it. Let me do better. Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. Yeah. I wish they didn't put the tags on them. Look at that. Yeah, look at that, Sherry. Oh yeah. Look at that face, that cow face. Boy, them cows are so big, aren't they? Yeah, look at that cow face. Yeah, I know Sherry don't tag hers though. They put the little tags in their ears though, Yep. But yeah. 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 It's a cow right here. Yeah. This is for John and Sherry and John, this is for them. Yeah, because they work so hard as farmers though. I got a lot of farmers, man. I get a few farmers that follow me and stuff like that. So because they got their cows and everything. They have educated me on the type of cows that they have and the other type of cows and stuff like that. So yeah, they out there grazing. This is the way that cows are supposed to eat. They're supposed to be out on the free range, not in the factory, not tagged. This is how the cattle's supposed to be, This is how they're supposed to be. Look at that, how happy those cows are, A happy cow, look at the little calf. They're going to produce nice milk. This is what you want, on green pastures, Yep. Look at that. Baby calf. Yeah. Isn't it a beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen? That's a beautiful thing, I still ain't got that sound bite on that cow, the way they make the noise. Yeah. But other than that, though, I'm going to go ahead on and end this live. I appreciate you guys, though, I wanted to at least show a little bit about the cows and everything, and, yeah. Here we go. Yep. 10 facts about cow cattle. 4 Paws International. 4 Paws, Get that big old face. Big old face that Sherry would love, or John. Yeah. He over here just looking and curious. All right. So other than that, I appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate you guys rocking out with me and go ahead and shut this live down and stuff. I think we gotten everything though, man. So you guys can even please, if you guys don't mind, could you like the channel for me, please? I need to get more visibility in the likes. And I should have been encouraging this a little bit more. This is my fault, not you guys. But I should have been encouraging it more. So you will hear me starting to encourage it a little bit more and things like that. So I want you guys to like the channel. Here's my music. It's my favorite. Appreciate you guys. Rocking out with your boy, Tony G, from Some Random Guy Speaks. They got tore it up today. We talked a lot about immigration, illegal immigration areas. But yeah, you guys have been great. You've been excellent. So please like the channel and things. Please, guys, if you guys can do that for me, I would really appreciate it. The ice thing up here as well. So yeah, you guys see that. And there's my cash app. If you support me or not, if you support me, appreciate it. Just for a cup of coffee. I'm gonna need it for driving tonight. You know what I'm saying? So all will help. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for listening to some random guy speaks. And we will do it again, my friend. I will see you in the future. Stay strong. And once again, I thank you guys. Please like, comment, and subscribe. You guys, I appreciate that very much. That is my time to go. All right, guys. So, yeah, we go ahead on and make it happen. Thank you guys so much. And I will see you in the future, as I said before. Please like, comment, and subscribe.